The door had been sealed for more than 3,000 years. No sunlight. No human breath. No sound except the slow shifting of stone as it finally gave way. When archaeologists stepped inside, they expected dust, broken pottery, maybe bones laid out in careful ritual. That's what tombs are supposed to hold. Silence. Finality. Closure. But what they found instead made several of them step back in instinctive fear. One reportedly stopped writing notes altogether. Another refused to re-enter the chamber. And for reasons never fully explained, parts of the discovery were quietly removed from public record. This wasn't an isolated incident. It wasn't even rare. Across deserts, jungles, mountains, and buried beneath modern cities, tombs have been opened that left trained experts speechless. Not impressed. Not excited. Disturbed. Confused. Sometimes visibly shaken. These weren't the reactions of superstition or imagination. These were professionals, people who had spent decades around death, decay, and ancient remains, suddenly unsure of what they were looking at. Because some tombs don't behave like tombs. They don't feel like places of rest. They feel intentional in a different way. As if the builders weren't just burying the dead, but sealing something away. Or worse, leaving behind a message meant to be understood only when it was already too late. Imagine standing in a narrow stone corridor, your flashlight cutting through air untouched since antiquity. The walls are covered in symbols you recognize, gods, stars, rituals, but something about them is wrong. The proportions feel off. The scenes don't match the official story you learned. And then you reach the burial chamber, and the body isn't lying peacefully. It's twisted. Bound. Or missing entirely. Sometimes the coffin is far too large. Sometimes it's far too small. Sometimes it's empty, except for warnings. For centuries, we've been taught that tombs are windows into how ancient people honored their dead. That they show respect, belief in the afterlife, and cultural identity. And often, that's true. But then there are the other tombs. The ones guidebooks don't linger on. The ones buried deeper than necessary. The ones sealed with unusual precision, layered with stone, resin, metal, or materials that seem excessive, even paranoid. Why would a civilization pour enormous resources into hiding something no one was meant to see again? Archaeology is supposed to be a science of reconstruction. You find fragments, analyze context, and slowly rebuild a picture of the past. But certain tomb discoveries don't reconstruct anything. They fracture the picture completely. They introduce contradictions, anatomical, cultural, chronological, that don't fit the timeline humanity is comfortable with. And when that happens, something curious follows. The language changes. Instead of confident conclusions, reports begin using words like anomaly, outlier, ritual exception. Instead of detailed studies, access becomes restricted. Samples are lost. Further excavation is delayed indefinitely. Not because there's no interest, but because the implications are uncomfortable. Because some discoveries don't just add pages to history books. They threaten to rewrite entire chapters. There are tombs where the dead appear to have died in terror, mouths frozen open as if screaming, fingers clawed inward. Tombs where bodies were bound, decapitated, or buried face down, acts that contradict every known funerary custom of their culture. Tombs where skeletons show proportions that do not align with normal human anatomy, even after accounting for disease or ritual modification. And then there are the tombs with no bodies at all. Perfectly carved burial chambers. Elaborate sarcophagi. Ritual objects placed with precision. But nothing inside. No remains. No ashes. Just symbols, sometimes explicit warnings, carved into stone as if to say, this place is not empty by accident. These are not myths. These are documented excavations. What's unsettling isn't just what was found, it's how often the same patterns repeat across continents and civilizations that supposedly had no contact with one another. The same architectural choices. The same symbolic language. The same obsession with sealing, guarding, and hiding. It forces a disturbing question into the open: what if some tombs were never meant to honor the dead, but to protect the living? Even among archaeologists, there's an unspoken understanding that certain sites feel different. Not cursed. Not supernatural in the movie sense. But heavy. Oppressive. As if the space itself resists being understood. Field journals describe unease, disorientation, sudden illness, and emotional distress, not explained by heat, dehydration, or exhaustion. One researcher wrote that entering a particular burial chamber felt like interrupting something that was still in progress. That sentence alone should make anyone pause. Because we assume death is final. Tombs reinforce that belief. They are meant to mark an end. But what if some ancient cultures didn't see death that way? What if they believed certain individuals, beings, or knowledge could not simply be allowed to pass freely, that it needed containment? History remembers the builders as primitive compared to us. Less advanced. Less informed. But these tombs suggest something else entirely. They suggest planning that spans generations. Engineering precision designed to endure millennia. And above all, intention. Nothing about these structures feels accidental. Every corridor angle. Every sealed door. Every symbol etched into stone feels purposeful, as if the builders were speaking to someone far in the future. Someone like us. And yet, when we finally arrive, with our scanners, carbon dating, and DNA analysis, we still struggle to interpret what they left behind. In some cases, modern science only deepens the mystery. Genetic results that don't align with known populations. Materials that shouldn't exist in that era. Burial methods that defy cultural logic. It's tempting to dismiss these as exceptions. Outliers. But the more tombs are uncovered, the harder that dismissal becomes. Because exceptions don't repeat this often. And the deeper archaeologists dig, the clearer one truth becomes: not all of the past wants to be remembered. Some of it was deliberately buried, sealed, erased, and disguised. Not because it lacked importance, but because it had too much. This is where archaeology stops being comfortable. This is where it stops being about dusty relics and museum displays, and starts becoming something else entirely. A confrontation. A negotiation with people who lived thousands of years ago and clearly believed that certain things should never resurface. As we move forward, you'll hear about tombs that rewrote timelines, forced experts into silence, and sparked debates that still quietly rage behind academic doors. You'll encounter discoveries that sit uneasily between science and speculation, not because they lack evidence, but because the evidence doesn't fit. And by the end, one unsettling idea will be hard to escape: maybe these tombs didn't leave archaeologists speechless because they were impressive. Maybe they did so because, for the first time, we realized the past was trying to warn us, and we opened the door anyway. Tombs have always been more than just resting places for the dead. Unlike temples, palaces, or monumental architecture that celebrate power, wealth, or artistic achievement, tombs are intimate statements. They are carefully crafted messages from one generation to the next, often meant to survive millennia in silence. And yet, within that silence lies an extraordinary amount of information about the people who built them, their beliefs, their fears, their obsessions, and sometimes, their secrets. While temples broadcast a civilization's grandeur to anyone who could witness them, tombs were private, protected, and, in many cases, intentionally obscure. The walls of a tomb speak to us not just through decoration or inscriptions, but through the very choices made in construction, materials, and orientation. Every stone, every seal, every corridor carries intent. The act of burial itself reveals the value a culture places on life and death. In most cases, elaborate tombs were reserved for rulers, high priests, or individuals deemed extraordinary. That in itself tells us that these societies recognized hierarchy not just in life but beyond it. But the level of care and resources invested in tombs often surpasses anything spent on the living. Palaces crumble, cities are abandoned, but tombs endure. And sometimes, that endurance seems designed to send a message, one that the living may not immediately understand. It is as if the builders were thinking not about us, but about some future point in time when these resting places would be rediscovered. What makes tombs so compelling to archaeologists and historians is their dual nature. They are at once predictable and unfathomable. On the surface, tombs can be understood through comparative study. The placement of a body, the inclusion of grave goods, or the orientation of a sarcophagus can all be analyzed using established knowledge of ritual and tradition. But the anomalies are what make certain tombs unforgettable. A coffin that is far larger than any human could fit inside. A burial chamber with an architectural layout that defies conventional logic. A corpse arranged in a way that contradicts known religious or cultural practices. These deviations from the norm force archaeologists to reconsider assumptions and challenge the very frameworks used to interpret the past. The secrecy surrounding tombs also differentiates them from other ancient constructions. Temples, for example, were meant to be seen, walked through, and appreciated by the public. Even palaces were designed to impress visitors and demonstrate the power of the ruler. Tombs, on the other hand, are often hidden, protected, and sometimes even deliberately misdirected. Some tombs are buried beneath sand dunes, rock formations, or dense forest cover. Others are camouflaged with elaborate facades or secret entrances, their locations known only to a select few. This intentional concealment suggests that what lies within these tombs was considered dangerous, sacred, or forbidden. The effort required to hide them underscores their significance. Consider the construction itself. Tombs often involve sophisticated engineering that would challenge modern builders. Massive stone blocks transported over great distances. Complex internal chambers designed to support weight and resist collapse. Intricate security measures, from false doors and hidden passageways to pits and traps designed to deter intruders. These features are rarely necessary purely for preservation, they are deliberate choices meant to control access. And the care taken to seal these tombs speaks volumes. Some were locked with metal mechanisms now corroded beyond recognition, some with resin that hardened like stone, and some with cryptic symbols warning that disturbance could have dire consequences. Every detail communicates intention. Tombs are also repositories of knowledge in the form of artifacts and inscriptions. Pottery, jewelry, ritual tools, and manuscripts are all placed with precision, often in arrangements that suggest symbolic meaning. A single misplaced object can disrupt the intended message, which is why the placement is rarely arbitrary. The inscriptions, from carved hieroglyphs to painted murals, offer narratives about the deceased, the afterlife, and the cosmology of the society. But in the most mysterious tombs, the symbols are deliberately obscure, blending known religious iconography with strange motifs that scholars struggle to interpret. Some tombs contain imagery that appears to predate known civilizations or references unknown rituals. In these cases, the tomb is not just a resting place but a puzzle left for future generations. Unlike temples or monumental tombs that celebrate achievements, some tombs evoke fear or reverence even before their doors are opened. Archaeologists frequently report a palpable sense of unease when entering certain burial sites. It is a sensation that cannot be measured or explained by light, temperature, or air quality. The design, location, and artifacts combine to create a psychological environment. The choice of narrow corridors, low ceilings, or sudden openings into vast chambers manipulates perception. Symbols carved on walls or floors often carry warnings, blessings, or threats, sometimes in languages no longer spoken. The tomb becomes a performance space, designed not for the living, but for interaction between the past and the present. Even the empty tombs, those with no human remains at all, reveal the importance placed on these structures. The effort invested in constructing, decorating, and sealing these chambers is immense. If they were truly empty, why dedicate so much labor, time, and resources? The answer may lie in symbolism. In many cultures, tombs represent more than death, they embody power, memory, and control over knowledge. A sealed tomb without a body could be a monument to an event, a containment of a dangerous item, or a warning encoded in stone. The deliberate act of preservation, even without remains, speaks to a civilization's recognition of the importance of legacy and secrecy. Tombs also serve as time capsules, capturing moments of cultural, technological, and religious evolution. Through careful excavation, archaeologists can trace changes in burial practices over centuries, even millennia. Yet the most perplexing discoveries challenge linear timelines. Some tombs exhibit technology, construction techniques, or symbolic knowledge far beyond what should have been possible for their era. In these cases, the tombs are not just archives, they are anomalies that force a reconsideration of what humanity knew and when. Above all, tombs reflect intention, the conscious choices of people who understood death as a gateway, a danger, or a message. They were never neutral spaces. The placement of every object, the design of every corridor, and the orientation of every sarcophagus communicates meaning. To disturb a tomb is not merely to uncover history, it is to intrude upon a carefully orchestrated narrative left for someone, somewhere, sometime. And when archaeologists encounter tombs that defy explanation, that intention becomes unnervingly clear, the past was speaking, and its message may not have been meant for living eyes. The study of tombs reminds us that history is not merely a series of events recorded in books. It is a complex dialogue between the living and the dead, the present and the past. Temples may tell us who held power, but tombs tell us what civilizations feared, revered, and tried to protect. They reveal the unknown as much as the known, leaving spaces for questions that may never have answers. And in the most mysterious cases, they force us to confront something profoundly unsettling, that death is not the end, and some messages were never intended to be understood fully. Walking into a tomb is an act of crossing boundaries, temporal, cultural, and psychological. The silence that surrounds it is thick, deliberate, and sometimes oppressive. The walls do not merely enclose, they communicate, warn, and demand respect. What lies within is not always the deceased, but the deliberate imprint of civilization itself. To study these tombs is to study intent, secrecy, and a worldview radically different from our own. It is an exploration of the ancient mind, but also a confrontation with the limits of our understanding. And so, while temples celebrate life and grandeur, tombs demand reflection. They teach caution, humility, and awe. They remind us that not all knowledge was meant to be shared freely, and not all legacies are celebratory. Some were designed to endure precisely because they contain truths too dangerous, too strange, or too profound to be forgotten. And when archaeologists uncover these tombs, they are not merely unearthing the past, they are stepping into a deliberate conversation, one that has survived thousands of years, waiting for someone brave enough, or perhaps foolish enough, to listen. In this sense, tombs are more than the sum of their stones, artifacts, or inscriptions. They are deliberate, enduring statements about the boundaries of life, death, and knowledge. They matter more than temples because they contain the private, the sacred, and sometimes the forbidden. They are monuments not to what humanity celebrates, but to what humanity fears, protects, and remembers in silence. And as we continue to uncover them, one thing becomes painfully clear: the dead are not always resting. Sometimes, they are waiting, and they have something urgent to tell us, if only we are willing to hear. The history of archaeology is filled with moments where the familiar rules of science and reason seem to falter, where trained experts encountered phenomena that defied their understanding and left them questioning the very foundations of their discipline. Early excavations were often motivated by curiosity, treasure hunting, or national pride, yet some discoveries quickly transcended the ordinary and ventured into the unsettling. These were not mere anomalies to be catalogued or explained away, they were disruptions, events and finds that challenged assumptions, forced reconsideration of timelines, and occasionally inspired a fear that reverberated far beyond the dig site. Archaeology, after all, is usually a methodical discipline, driven by documentation, evidence, and reproducibility. Yet, in certain cases, none of these safeguards were enough to quell the sense of profound unease that followed the uncovering of certain tombs. One of the earliest and most famous examples occurred during the excavations of ancient Egypt in the 19th and early 20th centuries. When Howard Carter opened the tomb of Tutankhamun, it was not just the discovery of treasures that captured the world's attention. The world became fascinated with stories of curses, deaths, and unexplained accidents among those who had entered the tomb. Modern historians and archaeologists often dismiss the curse as coincidence or sensationalism, but contemporary accounts reveal the intense psychological impact the tomb had on the individuals involved. For some, simply entering the chamber was a confrontation with something so foreign, so deliberate in its construction and symbolism, that it induced a lingering sense of dread. The tomb was far more than a repository of artifacts, it was a carefully crafted environment designed to elicit a reaction from anyone who dared to disturb it. This pattern repeats itself across civilizations. In Mesopotamia, tombs from the Akkadian period have been found containing elaborate burial goods and intricate inscriptions, yet in some cases, the bodies themselves are missing or displayed in ways that confound expectations. Scholars recount the shock of encountering skeletal remains arranged in unnatural postures, as though some unseen force had intervened between life and death. Similarly, in the Indus Valley, certain burial sites contain evidence of advanced construction techniques that predate recognized technological knowledge for the region. Archaeologists were forced to pause and reconsider their assumptions. Could societies so ancient have achieved these feats independently, or does this hint at a more complex history, one that traditional timelines fail to capture? What makes these discoveries so profoundly disturbing is not merely their rarity but their consistency. Across continents, time periods, and cultures, tombs exhibit characteristics that defy conventional explanation. Some are engineered with precision that would challenge even modern architects. Some contain biological anomalies that modern science struggles to categorize. Others bear inscriptions or symbolic markings that do not correspond to any known language or mythology. Trained experts, whose entire careers are devoted to cataloging and explaining ancient cultures, sometimes stop mid-research, unsure how to proceed. The very act of confronting these tombs becomes an exercise in humility, forcing scholars to acknowledge that the past holds secrets far beyond the reach of contemporary understanding. Psychological impact plays a critical role in these reactions. Archaeologists are human, and the environments they explore are designed to manipulate perception. Narrow corridors, hidden chambers, unexpected openings, and strategically placed artifacts create an atmosphere of unease, tension, and sometimes fear. When a tomb is discovered, it is not merely an object of study, it is an environment, meticulously arranged over centuries to communicate intention, to control access, and, in some cases, to unsettle. Field journals are filled with accounts of exhaustion that seems beyond the physical, moments of irrational anxiety, and a sense of being watched, sensations that are difficult to quantify but impossible to ignore. For some researchers, these experiences are transformative, leaving them reluctant to return to the site or, in some cases, to continue in the field at all. Beyond the personal experiences of archaeologists, certain tombs challenge the very methodology of the discipline. Archaeology relies on context, chronology, and comparative analysis to reconstruct past societies. When anomalies are discovered, skeletal remains that do not match known populations, artifacts that appear technologically advanced for their era, or inscriptions that defy translation, traditional frameworks struggle to account for them. These discoveries create tension between empirical evidence and interpretive caution. The immediate instinct may be to categorize the find as an outlier, yet repeated occurrences across independent sites suggest that these are not isolated incidents. The implications are far-reaching. Either our understanding of ancient civilizations is incomplete, or there exist elements of human history that have been deliberately hidden, forgotten, or misinterpreted. Consider, for example, tombs that appear to predate established civilizations yet exhibit levels of craftsmanship and symbolic sophistication that seem impossible for their time. Archaeologists encountering these sites often grapple with a paradox. the techniques and knowledge displayed should not exist according to current historical models, yet the physical evidence is undeniable. This creates a unique tension within the field, as researchers must balance professional credibility with the imperative to accurately record and analyze their findings. In some cases, this tension leads to self-censorship or delayed publication, not because the discoveries lack validity, but because their implications challenge deeply ingrained assumptions about human progress and history. The sense of unexplainable phenomena is further heightened by tombs that contain modifications or interventions centuries after their original construction. Evidence of reburial, architectural alteration, or symbolic reinterpretation raises questions about who accessed these tombs, why they did so, and what knowledge or power they sought to preserve or suppress. These discoveries suggest a continuity of secrecy, an understanding across generations that certain knowledge or artifacts must be protected from general awareness. Archaeologists encountering such sites often report a profound sense of historical and ethical responsibility. The tomb is no longer just an archaeological site, it is a vessel of messages and warnings that transcend time, demanding careful consideration before interpretation or disturbance. Even when tombs are thoroughly documented, their mysteries often remain unresolved. Consider chambers that contain advanced metallurgy, unusual chemical residues, or skeletal remains with anomalies that defy classification. Modern technology allows unprecedented analysis, yet some results deepen the sense of confusion rather than resolve it. DNA studies, radiocarbon dating, and structural analysis reveal contradictions, remains that cannot be easily placed within known genealogical or chronological frameworks, objects that predate the civilizations that supposedly created them, and symbols that hint at cultural connections across vast distances. Each new piece of data expands the puzzle, reinforcing the notion that certain tombs operate outside conventional historical narratives. Ultimately, the moment archaeology crosses into the unexplainable is not marked by a single discovery but by a cumulative pattern of anomalies that persist despite rigorous scientific investigation. It is a point where evidence, intuition, and professional experience converge to create a sense of awe, unease, and intellectual dissonance. Archaeologists are confronted with the realization that the past may have been far more complex, deliberate, and, in some cases, deliberate in its secrecy than previously imagined. The unexplainable tombs serve as reminders that history is not merely a record of events but a dialogue between civilizations, some of which may have possessed knowledge, intent, or capabilities that challenge our current understanding. This tension between explanation and mystery lies at the heart of archaeology's most compelling discoveries. Tombs that leave researchers speechless do so because they are meticulously crafted to endure, to communicate, and, at times, to withhold. They confront us with the limits of interpretation, the fragility of assumptions, and the enduring power of human intention across millennia. The unexplainable tomb is a paradox, a site of death that simultaneously preserves life, not in the biological sense, but in memory, knowledge, and warning. For the archaeologists who encounter them, these tombs become more than subjects of study, they are encounters with the deliberate intelligence and foresight of civilizations long gone, civilizations that challenge everything we thought we knew about history, mortality, and human ingenuity. In this sense, these extraordinary discoveries are not anomalies to be dismissed but windows into a past that resists easy comprehension. They remind us that while science seeks to categorize, measure, and explain, the ancient world often defies such simplifications. Tombs, in their silence and secrecy, demand reflection, humility, and, at times, fear. They teach that history is not always linear, that knowledge can be intentionally obscured, and that the past is capable of surprising us in ways that remain profoundly unsettling, even for those trained to understand it. The unexplainable tomb is a threshold, a place where the known ends and the unknown begins, and crossing it is an experience that leaves archaeologists speechless, contemplative, and forever changed. Some tombs were never meant to be found. Unlike ordinary graves, where the deceased are laid to rest with ceremony and care, certain burial sites were deliberately concealed, disguised, or fortified against intrusion. These were not simply the byproducts of time erasing memory, they were intentional constructions, designed to hide, protect, or even warn. Across continents and centuries, archaeologists have unearthed tombs that seem to exist almost in defiance of discovery, as though the people who built them anticipated a future in which someone like us might stumble upon their secrets. From the deserts of Egypt to the highlands of South America, these sealed tombs carry a chilling sense of purpose. They are not neutral spaces, and their concealment is as telling as the artifacts within. The most immediate feature that distinguishes these tombs is the effort invested in secrecy. In Egypt, for example, some burial chambers are hidden deep within cliffs, accessible only through narrow, twisting corridors or concealed doorways. In other regions, tombs are buried beneath layers of sand, rock, or earth, with external markers intentionally removed or disguised. It is not uncommon to find false entrances, misaligned corridors, or complex maze-like approaches designed to mislead intruders. In the jungles of Central and South America, tombs have been located beneath ceremonial platforms, temples, or dense forest canopies, effectively hiding them from casual discovery. Every effort at concealment, every architectural twist, every camouflaged entry suggests that what lies inside was meant to remain secret for a reason. Sealing methods are another testament to the deliberate nature of these tombs. Some entrances were blocked with massive stone slabs, set so precisely that modern tools struggle to recreate the original construction. Others feature metal locks, resin seals, or layered masonry designed to endure centuries of weathering without yielding. In several cases, archaeologists have described breaking through seals that had remained intact for millennia, only to find inscriptions warning against disturbance, sometimes with explicit consequences for those who dared enter. These are not mere funerary measures, they are sophisticated security systems conceived with both physical and psychological intent. They communicate a clear message: the contents of this tomb are not to be trifled with. The locations of these tombs further enhance their mysterious nature. Many are situated in places that challenge accessibility, requiring great effort to reach. High mountain tombs in Asia, hidden desert tombs in Africa, and subterranean burial networks across Europe and the Middle East suggest that the builders were concerned not only with protection but also with secrecy from both the living and rival factions within their own societies. The distance from settlements and the difficulty of access imply that these tombs were intended for select individuals or purposes that transcended ordinary burial practices. This deliberate isolation amplifies their mystique and raises questions about the significance of the individuals interred or the knowledge sealed within. The contents of these hidden tombs often match their exterior secrecy. Archaeologists have reported chambers filled with objects of extraordinary craftsmanship, materials not native to the region, or artifacts that seem technologically advanced for their supposed time. In some cases, human remains are positioned in ways that defy cultural norms, contorted, bound, or intentionally obscured. In others, the burials are symbolic, containing no bodies at all, but rather objects, inscriptions, or images meant to convey messages across time. The alignment of these tombs, sometimes with celestial bodies or cardinal directions, suggests a deeper layer of intent, linking the physical construction with spiritual, ritual, or even protective functions. The tomb itself becomes a complex, multidimensional statement. Beyond physical construction, there is evidence of deliberate narrative secrecy. Some tombs include inscriptions or artwork that are cryptic, using unknown symbols or languages that resist translation. Others show signs of alteration or defacement, where later generations may have attempted to obscure, overwrite, or reinterpret the original message. This raises unsettling possibilities. Were these tombs intentionally hidden to protect dangerous knowledge, to suppress cultural memory, or to guard secrets that could not be safely shared? In many cases, the true purpose remains unknown, leaving archaeologists with fragments of a story that is tantalizingly incomplete. The psychological impact on those who encounter these tombs cannot be overstated. Archaeologists frequently report feelings of unease, apprehension, and even dread when approaching sites that were deliberately concealed. It is as if the very act of entering violates an ancient contract, a boundary meant to be respected. Some researchers describe a tangible atmosphere, a heaviness or tension that cannot be explained by environmental factors alone. These experiences are consistent across cultures and continents, suggesting that the intent of concealment was not merely physical but psychological. The tomb was constructed not only to hide but to communicate a warning or to invoke reverence. These hidden tombs also challenge traditional interpretations of burial and funerary practices. In societies where burial was ritualistic and public, the effort to conceal a tomb indicates a deviation from norms. It suggests that the individuals or knowledge contained within were extraordinary, dangerous, or forbidden in some way. In some cases, tombs were reopened centuries later by descendants or other societies, adding layers of complexity that further obscure the original intent. Archaeologists often find traces of these secondary interventions, altered artifacts, reburied remains, or newly added inscriptions. The narrative of the tomb becomes a palimpsest, a record of secrecy, reverence, and reinterpretation across generations. The deliberate concealment of tombs also raises questions about the broader societal and cultural context. Who had the authority to decide which tombs should be hidden, and why? How much knowledge or power was considered too dangerous for common awareness? The construction of such tombs implies a sophisticated understanding of not only engineering and ritual but also social control. These were not casual decisions, they required planning, resources, and a clear understanding of the risks involved. The tombs become a reflection of cultural values, priorities, and anxieties, preserved in stone and sealed for centuries. Perhaps most unsettling is the implication that some of these tombs were designed to last far beyond the lifespans of those who built them. The precision of construction, the choice of materials, and the intricate sealing method suggest that the creators expected future generations to encounter their work. Yet, they also anticipated that not everyone should access it, that knowledge must remain restricted until a certain time, or perhaps forever. This awareness of posterity, combined with the deliberate intent to conceal, gives these tombs a sense of agency. They are not passive monuments, they are active messages sent across time, carrying warnings, instructions, or mysteries that continue to resonate. Across continents, this phenomenon repeats. The high-altitude tombs of Tibet, the subterranean necropolises of Europe, the hidden pyramids of South America, and the concealed burial chambers of Egypt all demonstrate similar patterns of deliberate concealment, extraordinary construction, and psychological impact. These tombs challenge our understanding of ancient civilizations, forcing us to consider not only what they knew but how much they feared sharing. They suggest an awareness of forces, knowledge, or truths that modern society may still be ill-prepared to comprehend. In many ways, these tombs exist as a bridge between the known and the unknown. They are at once archaeological sites, cultural artifacts, and messages encoded with intent. They confront us with the limitations of our understanding and the complexity of human intention. When archaeologists step into such a tomb, they are not merely entering a burial chamber, they are crossing a threshold into a space where secrecy, reverence, and mystery converge. Every stone, every corridor, every hidden seal speaks to a deliberate choice, that some things are too important, too dangerous, or too sacred to be left unprotected. The significance of these deliberately hidden tombs extends beyond archaeology. They offer insights into human psychology, cultural priorities, and the enduring power of secrecy. They remind us that civilizations were capable of foresight, of planning across generations, and of creating structures that challenge modern comprehension. They also confront us with ethical questions: how far should we go in uncovering these secrets? What knowledge was intentionally preserved or concealed, and why? The act of discovery becomes not merely an academic exercise but a negotiation with the past, one that carries profound implications for understanding history, culture, and the human condition. Ultimately, these tombs that no one was supposed to open stand as monuments to intentionality, foresight, and mystery. They reveal the extraordinary lengths to which ancient peoples went to protect what they deemed precious, dangerous, or sacred. And in the process, they challenge us to reconsider everything we think we know about the past. The effort to conceal, seal, and protect is a statement in itself, a deliberate act of communication that transcends time, culture, and mortality. To encounter such a tomb is to confront not only the ingenuity and devotion of those who built it but also the enduring question of why the past sometimes refuses to reveal itself, even when we are ready to look. The Valley of the Kings has long been celebrated as the resting place of Egypt's most powerful rulers, a sprawling necropolis carved into the limestone cliffs of Thebes that has captivated historians, archaeologists, and treasure hunters for centuries. Popular imagination paints a picture of opulent tombs, gilded sarcophagi, and the glittering treasures of pharaohs meant to accompany them into the afterlife. Yet beyond the familiar narratives, beyond the tours and the publicized discoveries, lies a far more complex and unsettling reality. The valley contains tombs that do not fit neatly into the timelines, religious conventions, or architectural norms we associate with Egyptian history. Some chambers are well known, their contents documented and displayed in museums, but others remain shrouded in mystery, their full significance recognized only by those who have ventured deep into the field and faced the evidence firsthand. One of the most striking aspects of the Valley of the Kings is the sheer diversity of tomb construction. While standard templates exist, corridors leading to burial chambers, walls decorated with scenes of gods and the afterlife, sarcophagi positioned to receive the deceased in a ritualized manner, anomalies abound. Certain tombs break these conventions entirely. Chambers may be unusually large or unusually small, corridors may twist in ways that defy practical function, and certain burials exhibit layering and complexity that is unmatched elsewhere in Egypt. These deviations challenge assumptions about the standardization of royal burials and suggest that some tombs serve purposes beyond simple interment. In these cases, the architecture itself seems to convey messages, encode warnings, or preserve knowledge meant for a select few rather than the general populace. The valley also presents puzzling inconsistencies in tomb contents. Tutankhamun's tomb, for example, is famously lavish, yet even it contains anomalies that scholars still debate. Artifacts that seem out of place, symbols whose meanings remain unresolved, and evidence of rushed construction hint at circumstances surrounding death and burial that were far from ordinary. Other tombs in the valley display even more perplexing features: human remains arranged in ways that contradict conventional ritual, sarcophagi that are far larger or smaller than necessary, and chambers containing objects of unclear purpose. Some tombs are almost entirely empty except for carefully arranged symbolic artifacts, suggesting that what was interred may have been intended more as a message than as a repository for the dead. Beyond the physical and material anomalies, there are hidden chambers and corridors whose discovery has challenged assumptions about the scale and complexity of the necropolis. Archaeologists using modern scanning techniques have uncovered voids behind walls, hidden passageways, and sealed rooms that were previously unknown. These concealed spaces sometimes contain debris, fragments of artifacts, or even fully intact burial goods. The existence of these hidden areas raises profound questions about why they were sealed, who knew of their existence, and whether their contents were meant to remain secret for religious, political, or even protective reasons. In some cases, evidence suggests that certain tombs were intentionally obscured, hidden beneath later constructions, or modified in ways that confound traditional historical analysis. The Valley of the Kings is also rife with evidence of interference and reuse. Some tombs appear to have been reopened centuries after their initial construction, with artifacts moved, destroyed, or rearranged. Hieroglyphic inscriptions have been altered or erased, and sarcophagi have been repositioned or repurposed. These interventions suggest that later generations recognized the significance or power of certain tombs but perhaps did not fully understand or agree with the intentions of the original builders. In some cases, these later modifications introduce additional layers of mystery, as it becomes difficult to separate the original purpose of the tomb from the intentions of those who tampered with it. The valley, therefore, is not a static necropolis frozen in time but a dynamic landscape in which secrecy, reverence, and human intervention intersect in complex and often troubling ways. Perhaps most unsettling are the tombs that do not appear to belong to any known ruler or recognized historical figure. These unassigned chambers contain artifacts, inscriptions, and burial practices that clearly indicate importance but offer no definitive identity. Scholars have speculated that some of these tombs were for rulers erased from memory, for high priests whose authority rivaled that of kings, or for individuals whose roles in society were deliberately hidden. The presence of these unidentifiable tombs challenges the completeness of our historical records and suggests that the Valley of the Kings may hold secrets about Egyptian society, politics, and belief systems that remain inaccessible to modern understanding. The symbolic language of the tombs also contributes to their enigmatic nature. Wall decorations, hieroglyphs, and artistic motifs often convey narratives of the afterlife, divine favor, or moral instruction. Yet in certain tombs, the imagery is unusual, disturbing, or inexplicable. Scenes depicting unnatural contortions, hybrid creatures, or impossible architecture appear alongside familiar gods and rituals. These anomalies have led scholars to propose alternative interpretations, including esoteric religious practices, lost traditions, or intentional obfuscation. The effect is to transform the tomb from a simple burial space into a complex narrative device, a message encoded in stone, meant to be deciphered by those with the knowledge or insight to understand it. Modern technology has only deepened the mysteries of the valley. Ground-penetrating radar, laser scanning, and advanced imaging techniques have revealed anomalies that traditional excavation could not detect. Empty voids, hidden chambers, and structural irregularities have been identified, suggesting that the valley still holds undiscovered secrets. Even the most celebrated tombs, those open to the public, continue to yield surprises. Objects once assumed to be decorative or ceremonial have been identified as belonging to materials or practices previously unknown for the period, hinting at lost knowledge or technologies. Each new discovery adds layers of complexity and raises further questions about the intentions of the ancient builders. The valley's enduring allure is not solely based on the treasures it contains but on the profound mysteries it presents. Archaeologists are drawn not only to the promise of discovery but to the challenge of interpretation. Each tomb is a puzzle, offering fragments of information that must be carefully pieced together. Some puzzles fit neatly into known historical frameworks, while others resist all attempts at logical explanation. The Valley of the Kings thus becomes a stage where history, mystery, and human curiosity intersect, offering both insight and unsettling questions about the civilizations that created it. Perhaps most compelling is the sense of intentionality that permeates the valley. Tombs were not simply dug, they were meticulously planned, executed with precision, and aligned with cultural, spiritual, and sometimes astronomical considerations. Choices about location, orientation, decoration, and sealing all reflect deliberate intent. The valley itself was selected not only for its natural protective features but for its symbolic resonance, believed to connect the living world with the realm of the dead. This attention to detail suggests that the builders were not merely creating tombs but constructing experiences, psychological, spiritual, and temporal, that would endure long after their own lifetimes. In conclusion, the Valley of the Kings is far more than a collection of royal tombs. Beneath its surface lies a complex web of hidden chambers, architectural anomalies, enigmatic artifacts, and symbolic language that challenges conventional understanding. These tombs are not static monuments but dynamic expressions of cultural intent, secrecy, and reverence. They compel archaeologists and historians to confront uncomfortable questions about identity, chronology, and knowledge in ancient Egypt. The valley serves as a reminder that history is not always transparent, that the past may hold secrets deliberately concealed, and that some tombs carry messages whose full significance may never be entirely understood. It is a place where mystery and discovery coexist, where every step into a shadowed corridor invites awe, curiosity, and the chilling realization that not all that was buried was meant to be revealed. Tutankhamun's tomb is often remembered for its glittering treasures, the golden death mask, and the romanticized narrative of a young pharaoh whose life was cut tragically short. To the casual observer, it represents the pinnacle of Egyptian opulence and the success of modern archaeology. But for those who have studied the tomb beyond the surface, beyond the media coverage and the museum displays, it tells a far stranger and more unsettling story. From the moment the tomb was first uncovered, anomalies emerged that continue to perplex scholars, archaeologists, and Egyptologists to this day. It is a tomb that appears carefully constructed yet hurriedly executed, lavish yet incomplete, conventional yet riddled with inconsistencies. It is a paradox, a place where the familiar rituals of Egyptian burial are present but subverted in ways that suggest deeper mysteries hiding beneath the gold. One of the first striking oddities is the tomb's architecture itself. Tutankhamun's burial chamber is relatively small compared to those of other pharaohs, yet it contains an astonishing concentration of artifacts. The cramped space seems almost inappropriate for a royal interment of this significance. Experts have debated whether the size reflects a sudden death that forced a rapid construction or whether it indicates a deliberate design choice meant to conceal something within or around the tomb. The walls are covered with the standard funerary texts and imagery, but even these exhibit unusual features. Certain symbols appear incomplete, some scenes are oddly positioned, and a few hieroglyphs have been hastily corrected, as though the artisans were under unusual pressure or working with constraints not fully understood. The arrangement of artifacts within the tomb also raises questions. Hundreds of objects, ranging from ceremonial furniture to jewelry, were meticulously placed, yet some appear out of chronological order or stylistically inconsistent with what is expected for the period. Scholars have noted that certain items may have originated from other tombs, suggesting that Tutankhamun's burial was a kind of patchwork, assembled from disparate sources. This could be interpreted as the result of political turbulence following his death, yet the exact reasoning remains unknown. The inconsistencies invite speculation. Was the tomb hurriedly prepared to obscure something about the king's life or death? Or were some items deliberately placed to serve a symbolic purpose that modern researchers cannot yet decode? Even the body itself has been a source of enduring mystery. Tutankhamun's skeleton shows signs of physical abnormalities that have fueled decades of debate. Some studies suggest deformities, possible disease, or genetic conditions, while others propose that the king suffered from injuries or post-mortem manipulation. The condition of the mummy, combined with unusual burial wrappings and the presence of certain amulets and charms, indicates that the interment may have been rushed or modified in ways that depart from standard royal burial practices. For some archaeologists, these anomalies are not merely curiosities, they are clues to a narrative about the young pharaoh's death, his social and political circumstances, and perhaps even the existence of forces or events that official history does not fully acknowledge. Beyond the physical and material peculiarities, the tomb is rife with symbolic puzzles. Certain artifacts appear to have been deliberately obscured or hidden within nested containers, while others are placed in locations that disrupt conventional ritual logic. Amulets meant to protect the deceased are oddly positioned, ceremonial objects are stacked in ways that suggest a layering of meaning not immediately visible. Scholars have proposed that these arrangements may reflect esoteric beliefs, political statements, or even practical measures to safeguard the tomb's contents. Regardless of the explanation, the effect is unsettling. The tomb is not merely a resting place but a carefully orchestrated environment, designed to communicate something to those who would enter it, something that might have been intended to remain partially hidden until a distant future. The very notion of a curse has often overshadowed these complexities, but there is more to the story than superstition. Contemporary accounts of the excavation describe unexplained illnesses, accidents, and psychological strain among the team that entered the tomb. While many dismiss these stories as coincidence or exaggeration, the consistency of reports across independent sources suggests that the environment of the tomb itself may have exerted a powerful psychological effect. Narrow corridors, intense concentration of artifacts, and the knowledge of tampering with what was meant to be sealed for millennia all contribute to a profound sense of tension and unease. Even trained professionals, accustomed to death and decay, found themselves affected in ways that modern science struggles to quantify. Another layer of mystery arises from evidence of possible post-burial alterations. Some researchers suggest that the tomb may have been modified after Tutankhamun's death, either to protect it from desecration or to obscure aspects of his interment. Signs of repair, reconstruction, and repositioning of artifacts have been documented, suggesting intervention by later generations who recognized the tomb's significance but may not have fully understood its original design. These modifications further complicate interpretation, leaving modern scholars to piece together a narrative that spans decades, political intrigue, and perhaps even deliberate concealment. In addition to structural and artifact anomalies, the tomb raises questions about broader historical and cultural context. Tutankhamun ruled during a turbulent period in Egyptian history, following a pharaoh who attempted to radically alter religious practice and erase prior traditions. Some scholars propose that Tutankhamun's tomb reflects attempts to reconcile competing ideological factions, integrate sacred traditions, and protect sensitive knowledge. Certain objects, symbols, and architectural choices may have been intended to preserve continuity, safeguard secrets, or encode messages that would only be understood by specific individuals or future generations. In this view, the tomb is as much a political statement as it is a funerary one, a manifestation of power, belief, and secrecy all at once. The materials found within the tomb add another layer of intrigue. Exotic woods, metals, and precious stones were not only symbols of wealth but also of far-reaching trade connections and perhaps hidden knowledge of material properties. Some artifacts exhibit techniques or materials that appear advanced for the period, challenging assumptions about technological capabilities in ancient Egypt. The juxtaposition of standard and unusual objects creates an environment of tension, as if the tomb itself is a message about both conformity and exception, order and mystery. Every item, every choice of placement, contributes to a narrative that modern scholars are still struggling to decipher. Ultimately, Tutankhamun's tomb is a place where the expected and the inexplicable coexist. It offers insight into ancient burial practices, yet continually defies full understanding. It is opulent yet irregular, carefully arranged yet seemingly rushed, conventional yet anomalous. Every discovery within the tomb raises new questions, about the pharaoh's life and death, about the artisans who prepared his burial, about the intentions of those who may have modified or protected the tomb over time. The tomb's enduring allure lies not merely in its treasures but in its unresolved mysteries, the tension between what can be explained and what resists explanation. For archaeologists and historians, Tutankhamun's tomb is a lesson in humility. It demonstrates that even the most studied sites can harbor secrets beyond immediate comprehension. It reminds us that human intention, cultural complexity, and the passage of time can create environments that challenge logic and interpretation. The tomb is not merely a monument to a young pharaoh, it is a testament to the layers of history, secrecy, and meaning that ancient societies could embed within a single space. And perhaps most unsettling of all, it is a reminder that even when we think we understand the past, there are always elements deliberately hidden, ambiguities left unresolved, and mysteries that continue to defy explanation, waiting for the next generation of explorers to confront them. In the end, Tutankhamun's tomb is more than gold and ornamentation. It is a paradox, a puzzle, and a warning. Its anomalies challenge conventional timelines, its artifacts provoke questions about technology and ritual, and its construction suggests intent far beyond simple burial. To enter it is to step into a space meticulously designed to preserve, protect, and communicate, yet simultaneously to obscure. It is a space that continues to captivate, confound, and unsettle, reminding all who study it that the past is rarely simple, never fully knowable, and sometimes deliberately enigmatic. The young pharaoh, in death as in life, remains a mystery, his tomb a silent testament to the complexity, cunning, and unfathomable intentions of those who created it. The discovery of hidden tombs often brings more than just the excitement of unearthing relics, it also raises uncomfortable questions about the nature of the past and what those who came before us wanted to preserve, conceal, or protect. Some tombs, though richly adorned and meticulously preserved, hold a deeper mystery. They contain not only the remains of powerful individuals but also evidence of rituals and symbols that suggest hidden knowledge, forgotten practices, or intentional acts of secrecy. These are the tombs that challenge our perceptions of history, urging us to reconsider everything we think we know about ancient civilizations. In the ancient world, some tombs were built to preserve not just the body of the deceased but also their power, their knowledge, and their influence. The careful selection of burial sites, the symbolic arrangement of artifacts, and even the materials used for construction all pointed to a desire to transcend death in ways that are difficult to fully comprehend today. But while some tombs are straightforward in their purpose, to honor a ruler or important figure, others seem to go beyond the simple need for remembrance. There are tombs that suggest a deliberate attempt to conceal, protect, or encode knowledge that was deemed too dangerous, too sacred, or too valuable to share with the living. These tombs often contain symbols, artifacts, and even architectural features that hint at practices, beliefs, and ideas that the ancient world may have sought to suppress or obscure for generations. One of the most compelling examples of these hidden tombs is found in the ancient city of Ur in Mesopotamia. Excavations in the royal cemetery uncovered a series of tombs that were unlike anything else from the period. The tombs themselves were large, built with remarkable precision, and filled with the kind of grave goods expected for kings and queens. But it was the symbolism within these tombs that raised eyebrows. On the walls of the tombs, unusual carvings and inscriptions depicted not only religious figures and gods but also strange geometric patterns, animals that were not native to the region, and symbols that did not match any known Mesopotamian script. The presence of these unfamiliar elements suggested that these rulers may have had access to knowledge that was either unknown or purposefully hidden by later generations. The tombs seem to speak of a society that not only revered its leaders but also possessed a form of esoteric knowledge, one that was deliberately encoded and kept from the common people. The mystery deepens when we consider the contents of the tombs themselves. Some of the artifacts found were not only opulent but also strangely out of place. There were objects crafted from materials that could not be sourced locally, including ivory, which had to be imported from distant lands, and beads and gemstones that were equally exotic. The designs on the artifacts themselves often appeared to be from different cultures, some of which had not been in contact with the people of Ur at the time. Could these items have been collected as part of a trade network, or were they brought to the tombs intentionally to symbolize a connection to far-off lands, secret societies, or hidden knowledge? The presence of these objects, which do not fit neatly into the historical record, hints at a deeper mystery, one that may never be fully understood. Similar tombs can be found in the ancient sites of the Americas, where burial practices reveal a similar pattern of secrecy and ritualized complexity. In the highlands of Peru, for instance, tombs have been found in which the bodies of high-ranking individuals were carefully arranged and surrounded by rare and mysterious objects. Some of these tombs were designed in a way that suggests they were intended not just as places of rest but as sites of communication, perhaps between the deceased and the gods, or between the living and the spirit world. The tombs were equipped with elaborate offerings and symbolic objects, such as intricate textiles, gold jewelry, and objects that appeared to be ceremonial tools, many of which contained symbols not commonly seen in the surrounding culture. The most unsettling aspect of these tombs, however, was the presence of ceremonial masks and ritual implements that were clearly intended to be used in very specific, yet unknown, rites. It is believed by some that these tombs were designed to be visited by the living for rituals that allowed the deceased to communicate or intercede on behalf of their descendants, making these tombs not just places of death, but active centers of power, even after the death of the occupant. The careful positioning of certain objects, perhaps for a ritual or to protect the deceased, raises further questions. Were the deceased being shielded from something in the afterlife, or were the living attempting to safeguard something within the tomb itself? This notion of the tomb as a place of protection from both earthly and supernatural threats echoes across cultures and time periods, appearing again in the tombs of ancient China. The tomb of the first emperor, Qin Shi Huang, for example, remains one of the most enigmatic burial sites ever discovered. While the famous terracotta army, which guards the emperor's burial chamber, is well known, other aspects of the tomb reveal a far more complex purpose. The emperor's tomb, still largely unexplored, is said to be filled with traps and protective measures designed not just to prevent tomb robbers but also to shield the tomb from supernatural forces. The accounts of ancient historians describe a tomb that was equipped with rivers of mercury, which may have been intended as a form of both protection and as a reflection of the emperor's desire to transcend death and achieve immortality. The materials and the extreme measures taken to protect the emperor's resting place suggest that his tomb was far more than a simple burial site. It was a place designed to safeguard not just his physical remains but also the power, the symbolism, and the influence that he had amassed in life. These examples share a common theme: tombs that were designed to conceal, protect, or encode something of great significance. While some scholars argue that these burial sites were built to reflect the power of the individual ruler, others contend that these tombs were constructed as safeguards against forces both known and unknown. In many cases, tombs were filled with objects that may have had religious, spiritual, or even magical significance. Certain items appear to have been intended to aid the deceased in their journey to the afterlife, while others may have been designed to protect the tomb from intruders or to communicate messages to future generations. The notion of tombs as places of active power, places that continued to exert influence long after the death of the individual, extends beyond the idea of physical protection. In some cultures, it was believed that the dead continued to have an influence on the living. Some tombs contained offerings meant to appease the deceased, and others were carefully constructed with the intention of facilitating communication between the worlds of the living and the dead. The idea that these tombs could serve as conduits for power, knowledge, or even influence is both unsettling and fascinating. It speaks to the notion that death, in some ancient belief systems, was not the end but a transition to a different form of existence, one in which the deceased could continue to shape the lives of those still living. One of the most significant implications of these tombs is the idea that some cultures, perhaps even entire civilizations, were aware of forces beyond the material world, forces that they sought to protect against, harness, or transcend. Whether through ritual, the strategic placement of objects, or the construction of complex burial sites, these tombs reflect an ancient understanding of death that goes far beyond the conventional notions of mourning and remembrance. They offer us a glimpse into the spiritual and esoteric beliefs that governed the lives of ancient peoples, showing us that they were not simply concerned with the physicality of death but with its metaphysical implications as well. When these tombs are uncovered, they do more than reveal the wealth, power, and prestige of the individuals buried within them. They reveal a deeper, more complex story, one of secrecy, protection, and the preservation of knowledge. They force us to confront the possibility that ancient societies may have had access to wisdom or understanding that we have long forgotten or never fully appreciated. Some of these tombs may have been built to preserve not just the remains of powerful individuals but also the secrets they held, the knowledge they possessed, and the mysteries they guarded. In doing so, they offer us a tantalizing glimpse into a past that remains obscured, one that may hold answers to questions we have yet to ask and secrets we have yet to uncover. In the end, the tombs that have been buried, hidden, or lost to time serve as monuments not just to the individuals interred within them, but to the idea that death itself may be an enigma, one that ancient cultures sought to understand and control. These tombs are not simply places of rest but places of power, where the boundaries between life and death, the material and the spiritual, the known and the unknown, blur in ways that continue to captivate and challenge those who seek to uncover their mysteries. The tombs are a reminder that even in death, the past has a voice, one that speaks to us across time, urging us to listen and understand what it is trying to tell us. The ancient practice of tomb robbing is as old as tomb construction itself. Even in the earliest civilizations, tombs meant to honor the dead were often seen as sites of immense value, both in terms of the material wealth they contained and the secrets they might conceal. What begins as an act of reverence or ritual soon transforms into something darker, a pursuit driven by greed, curiosity, and the allure of hidden knowledge. As we explore the history of tombs, one of the most recurring and unsettling themes is the human urge to violate the sanctity of the burial space. What these robbers sought, and what they uncovered, adds yet another layer of mystery to these ancient sites, turning them into centers of both reverence and conflict. Throughout history, tombs have been seen as repositories not just of gold, silver, and precious items, but also of knowledge and power. The ancient Egyptians, for example, believed that the tomb was a crucial part of a person's journey into the afterlife, a place where their soul could rest and be protected by the gods. Yet this belief did not prevent grave robbers from plundering tombs for their treasures. In some ways, the tomb became a magnet for thieves, as the riches buried within were often unmatched by anything else in the kingdom. In fact, the tombs of pharaohs and other high-ranking officials were thought to contain such immense wealth that robbing them became an activity pursued by those willing to risk death or curses to get their hands on such treasures. The famous tomb of Tutankhamun, for example, was discovered almost untouched, an exception in the world of tombs that had been looted over centuries. But even the discovery of such a tomb raises questions. What had been taken? What did thieves know that others did not? The history of tomb robbing is filled with stories of intrigue and betrayal. Ancient texts and inscriptions often mention the theft of sacred objects from tombs, with robbers stealing not only physical treasures but also religious symbols, amulets, and texts that were believed to have mystical or magical properties. In Egypt, the pharaoh's tomb was not just a grave, it was a manifestation of his power, and the objects buried within it were thought to ensure the king's protection in the afterlife. These objects were seen as keys to navigating the realms of the dead, and thus, to steal them was to disrupt the balance between life and death. The very idea that grave robbers were willing to take these sacred relics suggests a profound understanding of their significance. What the thieves may have uncovered in these tombs, whether knowingly or unknowingly, was not just wealth but the means to control and alter the natural order. In addition to material wealth, some tombs were believed to contain esoteric knowledge. The burial practices of the ancient Egyptians, for example, were complex and highly symbolic. Inscriptions on tomb walls and the elaborate ritualistic practices performed by priests were meant not just for the deceased but for those who would enter the tomb to perform the burial rites. These rituals, and the knowledge encoded within them, were seen as sacred, and they were believed to hold power. To gain access to this knowledge, robbers would sometimes attempt to steal not just physical objects but also sacred texts, carvings, and scrolls. These objects were thought to contain wisdom that transcended the material world, providing access to hidden knowledge about the afterlife, the gods, and even the universe itself. Were these objects part of an occult system, a form of magic meant to communicate with the dead, or a means to control the forces of nature? The theft of such artifacts raised the unsettling possibility that robbers, perhaps unknowingly, had access to powers far beyond the understanding of the common people. The tomb robbers' knowledge of these sacred objects and the rituals surrounding them was not always clear. Some thieves, however, were more than mere opportunists. They may have been initiated members of secret societies, perhaps priests or high-ranking individuals who were privy to the sacred knowledge of the tombs. In ancient Egypt, for example, it was not uncommon for priests to be involved in the theft of tombs. Some even believed that the priests themselves orchestrated these robberies, acting with the tacit approval of the ruling class. Their motives were not always driven by greed, but rather by a desire to obtain sacred knowledge or protect the interests of the elite. In this context, the tomb robbers' act could be seen as an extension of power, as a way of ensuring that the secrets of the tomb remained within certain circles, far from the reach of the common people. This introduces another layer of complexity to the mystery of tomb robbing, the possibility that those who sought to conceal or protect knowledge were also its stewards, and that tomb robbers were in some ways continuing this practice of secrecy and control. The tombs of ancient civilizations were not merely places for the dead, they were also repositories of history, culture, and belief. As such, they carried immense symbolic power. The wealth found within these tombs was not just a reflection of the individual buried there, it was also a reflection of the society that built the tomb and the beliefs that underpinned their culture. To rob a tomb was, therefore, not only an act of theft but an act of defiance against the gods, the rulers, and the very fabric of society. The tomb was a microcosm of the ancient world's values and priorities. The wealth within these tombs represented the civilization's understanding of power, life, and death. To steal from a tomb was to disrupt the cycle of life and death itself, an act that could have catastrophic consequences. Some cultures even believed that the theft of tombs could provoke divine retribution. In Egypt, the famous curse of the pharaohs was thought to strike down those who dared disturb the tombs of the kings. In some ways, the very act of stealing from a tomb was seen as a form of rebellion, a challenge to the divine order. While modern scholars may dismiss these curses as superstitions, the stories of misfortune and death that followed the excavation of tombs like Tutankhamun's have become part of the folklore surrounding ancient tombs. Even today, the idea of a curse is enough to fuel the imagination and spark curiosity about what lies beneath the surface of these mysterious burial sites. Yet the reality of tomb robbing is far more complex than simple superstition. The practice of looting ancient tombs was often a means of survival. In societies where wealth and power were concentrated in the hands of the elite, tomb robbing could serve as a form of rebellion or resistance. It was a way for marginalized individuals to take what they could not acquire through legitimate means. This dark, opportunistic side of tomb robbing underscores a more tragic aspect of human history, the desperation that drove people to plunder the dead, often with little regard for the sacredness of the burial site. The tomb robber was not always a villain; sometimes, they were merely victims of circumstance, seeking to survive in a world that offered them little hope. Tomb robbing also played a significant role in the history of archaeology itself. The early excavations of tombs often blurred the line between scientific discovery and looting. In fact, many of the most famous tombs were first discovered not by trained archaeologists but by treasure hunters or amateur excavators. The line between exploration and exploitation has often been a fine one, with many artifacts being removed from tombs and taken abroad without regard for their cultural or historical significance. This raises uncomfortable questions about how much of the ancient world's knowledge has been lost or altered due to the greed-driven motives of early tomb robbers and explorers. Were these treasures preserved for future generations, or were they stolen from their rightful place and subjected to the whims of collectors and historians who cared little for the people and cultures that created them? The relationship between tombs and their looters is not just one of conflict but also one of connection. Tomb robbers, in their desperate search for treasure and hidden knowledge, were unknowingly contributing to the history that archaeologists and historians would later uncover. By disturbing the tombs, they brought to light objects and symbols that would later form the basis of archaeological investigation. In some ways, their thefts provided the raw material for the study of ancient cultures, even as they destroyed the contexts in which these artifacts had been placed. The tomb robbers' act of destruction inadvertently created a new form of understanding, one that is forever linked to the shadows of theft and secrecy. Ultimately, tomb robbing is not just a story of greed and violence, it is a story of human nature, driven by the need to survive, to possess, and to uncover the secrets of the past. It speaks to the complexities of power, knowledge, and belief that shaped ancient cultures, and it forces us to confront the ethical dilemmas that arise when the past meets the present. As we continue to unearth the secrets of ancient tombs, we must acknowledge the uneasy relationship between exploration and exploitation, discovery and destruction. The tombs of the ancients are not just relics of the past, they are symbols of our ongoing struggle to understand, preserve, and sometimes even control the history that shapes our world. The ancient world was built on layers of mystery, and perhaps no other civilization has left behind as many enigmatic traces as the ancient Egyptians. The Great Pyramids, with their perfect geometric designs and alignment to the stars, the grand temples, and the intricate tombs, all reflect a civilization obsessed with death, immortality, and the preservation of knowledge. Among the many tombs scattered across Egypt, the tombs of high-ranking officials, pharaohs, and priests hold the greatest allure for archaeologists and historians. However, there are tombs that stand apart, not because of their grandeur or their artistic marvels, but because they seem to have been deliberately hidden, obscured from history and modern discovery. These tombs are not mere resting places for the dead, they are places of secrecy, where lost knowledge, forbidden rituals, and long-forgotten histories may lie buried. The discovery of some of these hidden tombs has sent shockwaves through the archaeological community, sparking questions about what these tombs were meant to conceal and why they were built with such unusual care. Egypt's Valley of the Kings, perhaps the most famous burial site in the world, holds tombs that have intrigued historians for centuries. But while the tombs of many pharaohs, such as Ramses II and Seti I, are well known and widely studied, others, like that of Tutankhamun, seem to have appeared out of nowhere, as if the king's final resting place was deliberately hidden from the public eye. The question arises, why would a ruler as important as Tutankhamun have been buried in such an obscure and unassuming tomb, far smaller than the grandiose burials of his predecessors? What secrets might lie beneath the surface, hidden from view for thousands of years? One of the most compelling mysteries lies in the tomb of Tutankhamun itself. Unlike other royal tombs in the Valley of the Kings, which were spacious and adorned with vast arrays of treasures, Tutankhamun's tomb was surprisingly small and relatively simple. The initial discovery by Howard Carter in 1922 was nothing short of extraordinary. The tomb had remained largely intact, untouched by tomb robbers, which was a rarity for such an important royal burial site. The wealth of treasures found within it, including gold chariots, statues, and the famous golden death mask, was extraordinary. Yet, these treasures were not the only significant finds. The very design of the tomb raised questions. It was located in an area where no one expected a king's tomb to be, wedged between the tombs of powerful pharaohs. The tomb's layout was unconventional, with a relatively modest burial chamber and no grand entryway or ornate decorations that would be expected in the tomb of a king. This led some scholars to speculate that Tutankhamun's tomb was not originally intended for him at all. Could it have been a hastily prepared burial for a king who died unexpectedly? Was his tomb intentionally hidden to keep his burial secret, possibly because of the political instability surrounding his short reign? The idea that Tutankhamun's tomb may not have been designed for him is not without merit. Historical records suggest that the pharaoh's death was sudden and unexpected, and the burial preparations were completed in great haste. His tomb, it is believed, was not intended for a king of such high status, but rather for a royal child or an underling whose tomb was repurposed. The artifacts within the tomb, although lavish, were sometimes mismatched or out of place for the time period. Some of the items, such as the various statues and carvings, were not created specifically for Tutankhamun, but instead, they were taken from other tombs. Could these artifacts have been moved into his tomb at the last minute to create the illusion of wealth and grandeur? And what of the other tombs in the Valley of the Kings, many of which were disturbed or plundered over the centuries? Were they similarly hastily constructed or were they more meticulously planned, as was once thought? Another curious element of Tutankhamun's tomb is the strange positioning of certain objects, as if they were placed there deliberately to communicate something. Some researchers have suggested that these items were not merely offerings for the king's afterlife, but rather they were meant to protect him from something, or someone. Some scholars believe that the tomb itself was designed to conceal something of great importance, possibly an artifact or a piece of knowledge that was deemed too dangerous to remain exposed to the public. The symbolism behind many of the objects found in the tomb points to a deeper, hidden meaning that has yet to be fully understood. In addition to the physical anomalies in Tutankhamun's tomb, the rituals surrounding his burial also raise intriguing questions. Ancient Egyptians believed in the necessity of elaborate rituals to ensure that the soul of the deceased could travel to the afterlife and be protected from evil forces. Tutankhamun's tomb, however, appears to deviate from the norm in some respects. The absence of certain key rituals, the lack of a traditional and elaborate funerary mask, and the presence of objects that seem more symbolic than practical suggest that his burial was rushed, incomplete, or designed to serve a hidden purpose. Was Tutankhamun's burial the result of political upheaval, a sudden death, or something more sinister, such as a deliberate effort to obscure his reign or legacy? The tomb of Tutankhamun is far from the only example of hidden or concealed burial sites. Throughout Egypt, there are several instances of tombs that were intentionally obscured or hidden from the public eye. In some cases, these tombs were buried in remote, inaccessible locations to prevent their discovery. In other cases, the tombs were sealed or hidden within larger burial complexes, where they remained undiscovered for centuries. One notable example is the tomb of Pharaoh Akhenaten, Tutankhamun's presumed father. Akhenaten, who famously abandoned Egypt's traditional polytheistic religion in favor of monotheistic worship of the sun god Aten, was considered a controversial figure. His attempts to radically change Egypt's religious practices were not well received, and after his death, it is believed that his successor, Tutankhamun, sought to erase his father's legacy. Akhenaten's tomb was likely hidden or destroyed to prevent any association with his unorthodox beliefs. Despite efforts to erase Akhenaten's legacy, archaeological evidence suggests that his tomb existed at Amarna, a city he had built as the center of the Aten worship. The site was later abandoned, and the tomb was carefully concealed, hidden from both the public and future rulers who may have sought to erase Akhenaten's influence. The disappearance of Akhenaten's tomb remains one of Egypt's greatest mysteries. Did the tomb simply become lost over time, or was it intentionally hidden? Why did those who succeeded Akhenaten feel the need to bury his tomb and erase his presence from history? Even in the later periods of Egyptian history, tombs were often hidden or obscured to prevent them from being looted or desecrated. The tomb of Ramses II, one of Egypt's greatest pharaohs, was concealed deep within a mountain in the Valley of the Kings. The tomb was carefully protected by multiple layers of rock and sand, designed to keep would-be thieves away. Yet despite these precautions, the tomb was eventually looted, and its treasures were taken. This is a reminder of the vulnerability of tombs, even those of the most powerful and revered rulers. These examples highlight a recurring theme in Egyptian history: the deliberate concealment of tombs to protect both the body of the deceased and the knowledge contained within. Whether driven by political motivations, religious beliefs, or a desire to keep certain knowledge hidden, the deliberate burial or obscuration of tombs remains a powerful and intriguing aspect of Egypt's ancient world. Tombs were not merely places of burial, they were places of immense significance, both in life and death. The secrecy surrounding some tombs suggests that the ancient Egyptians understood the power of knowledge, and the lengths to which they were willing to go to protect it from being lost, stolen, or misunderstood. As archaeologists continue to uncover hidden tombs and burial sites across Egypt, the question remains: what do these tombs conceal, and what secrets might they hold? The discoveries made in these hidden sites have the potential to rewrite history and uncover new aspects of Egyptian culture, religion, and politics. The tombs, both discovered and undiscovered, are not just relics of the past, they are the keys to understanding the complexities of an ancient civilization that, despite its wealth and power, knew the value of secrecy. The ancient world's tombs were never meant to be simply places of burial. They were intended to be portals between life and the afterlife, sacred spaces where the physical body was preserved for the journey beyond. In many ways, they were crafted with an intricate understanding of spiritual beliefs, the passage of time, and the forces at work in the cosmos. The tombs of Egypt, Mesopotamia, and even early civilizations of the Americas reveal not just the grandeur of their rulers but also the depth of their understanding of life, death, and what lay beyond. But, beyond the simple duty of holding the dead, these tombs were often created to protect not just the body but the very soul of the individual. It is this dual purpose, preserving life and protecting against forces beyond the mortal realm, that makes some tombs stand out as particularly mysterious and, in some cases, disturbing. Many tombs, especially those of the great pharaohs, were designed with protection in mind. The tombs were intricately constructed with numerous layers of security, meant to deter looters and to ensure that the deceased's possessions remained intact for the journey to the afterlife. But tombs were also designed to protect against much more than physical theft. They were meant to safeguard the soul of the deceased, ensuring that it was able to make its way through the realms of the afterlife unscathed by evil forces. As part of this protective function, tombs often contained objects of great power, amulets, spells, statues, and even entire depictions of the deceased's journey to the afterlife. These items, buried with the dead, were not merely meant to accompany them, they were meant to act as safeguards and guides to ensure that the soul could successfully navigate the dangerous waters of the netherworld. The role of protection is most evident in the tombs of ancient Egypt. The elaborate burial practices of the ancient Egyptians were centered around the belief in an afterlife, a journey that would be fraught with challenges. To make the journey safely, the deceased needed both physical provisions and magical protection. Thus, Egyptian tombs were filled with a variety of objects that were not only symbolic but also functional in ensuring the safe passage of the soul. Statues of gods, representations of protective animals, and inscriptions of spells were all strategically placed to ward off evil spirits and guide the soul of the deceased through the trials of the underworld. But it wasn't just the physical objects that provided protection. The very architecture of the tomb itself was built to shield the dead from harm. In many tombs, such as those in the Valley of the Kings, the entrances were deliberately obscured or hidden, built into mountainsides, and sealed with massive stones, all to keep the tomb and its treasures safe from those who might seek to disturb them. These layers of protection were not just about securing material wealth, they were about safeguarding the soul's integrity and ensuring the deceased's place in the afterlife. However, some tombs take this notion of protection to an even more extreme level. Take, for example, the tomb of the first emperor of China, Qin Shi Huang. The emperor's burial, as it is believed, was an extraordinarily complex operation, designed not just for a peaceful afterlife but also to reflect his belief in eternal power. The tomb itself is said to be located beneath a massive mound, surrounded by an intricate system of traps, and filled with a multitude of symbolic objects and figures. The most famous aspect of the tomb is the terracotta army, thousands of life-size statues of soldiers, horses, and chariots, all meticulously crafted to guard the emperor's final resting place. This army was not just meant to protect the tomb physically but also served as a way of ensuring that the emperor's power would continue beyond death. It was a bold statement about the nature of the afterlife, that death was not an end but a continuation of the same power, influence, and control that a ruler held during their life. In this way, Qin Shi Huang's tomb exemplifies the extreme lengths to which rulers went to protect not just their wealth but their very essence. The tomb was a fortress, a place where the physical and the metaphysical merged in order to safeguard the ruler's place in the eternal world. But what makes some tombs even more mysterious is the idea that they may have been designed to hide or conceal certain knowledge or power. Throughout history, tombs have been used as repositories for sacred or dangerous knowledge, secrets that could only be accessed by the elite or by those who understood how to unlock them. This was particularly true in civilizations where knowledge was considered both a source of power and a form of control. Ancient Egypt, once again, offers a striking example of this. The burial of the pharaohs was not merely about wealth or the afterlife, it was about preserving the divine right to rule. Pharaohs were not only rulers but also living gods, and their tombs were meant to reflect their divine status. As part of this sacred role, the pharaoh's tomb often contained hidden knowledge, encoded in symbols, spells, and even in the arrangement of the burial items. Certain objects, such as the famous Book of the Dead, were buried with the king in order to provide him with the necessary knowledge to navigate the afterlife. But the full extent of the knowledge buried with the pharaohs may never be fully understood. Some experts believe that there were coded messages and hidden meanings buried deep within the texts and artifacts, meant only for those who could decipher them. These hidden messages could have contained not only spiritual teachings but also political or esoteric knowledge, the kind of information that could be used to challenge the established order or to reveal long-forgotten secrets. In this sense, tombs were not just burial sites but were akin to time capsules, preserving not just the body and the material wealth of the deceased but also the most valuable secrets of the civilization. In some cases, the contents of the tombs may have been deliberately concealed, hidden away to protect knowledge that could be considered dangerous, forbidden, or even heretical. The tombs of ancient rulers were, in many ways, meant to keep certain knowledge and power locked away, ensuring that it did not fall into the hands of the wrong people. The burial practices of ancient Egypt, for example, show that the deceased were often buried with certain texts and artifacts that were meant to maintain the balance of power and to ensure that only those with the proper training could access them. Over the centuries, many of these secrets have been lost to time, and even today, scholars continue to search for lost tombs that might hold the key to unlocking these ancient mysteries. This idea of tombs as repositories for hidden knowledge is also found in the tombs of the Maya and other ancient civilizations of the Americas. The Maya, for instance, were deeply interested in the idea of the afterlife, and their tombs were filled with intricate carvings, murals, and objects that were meant to ensure the deceased could navigate the spiritual world. However, there are those who believe that some tombs may have contained not just objects for the afterlife but also encoded messages, sacred knowledge, or even clues to hidden locations. The tomb of the Maya ruler Pakal the Great, found at the Temple of the Inscriptions in Palenque, is one such example. The tomb itself is a marvel of design, and it is surrounded by intricate inscriptions that tell the story of Pakal's journey through the afterlife. However, some researchers have suggested that the carvings in the tomb might contain additional meanings, possibly pointing to hidden treasures or important knowledge buried deep within the tomb itself. Whether these claims are true remains uncertain, but it does illustrate the point that many ancient tombs were not simply places of rest, they were places designed to conceal or protect valuable knowledge. In some cases, tombs have been used to conceal not just knowledge but also important artifacts. Throughout history, there are numerous instances where tombs were intentionally hidden or buried in order to keep certain objects safe from being looted or destroyed. The tomb of Tutankhamun, for example, was sealed and hidden, likely to protect it from robbers. But even in cases where tombs were hidden, the knowledge that they contained was often still at risk of being lost or forgotten. The discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb in the 1920s revealed not only the wealth of the young pharaoh but also the depth of ancient Egyptian craftsmanship and religious belief. Yet, the discovery also revealed that much of the knowledge about his reign had been obscured. Tutankhamun's short life and reign had been overshadowed by the long reign of his predecessor, Akhenaten, and much of what was known about him had been deliberately erased. The tomb itself, hidden away in a seemingly insignificant location, was not only a place of death but also a place where history itself had been buried. Throughout history, the protection and concealment of knowledge have played a pivotal role in the design and construction of tombs. Tombs were not just for the dead, they were for the living as well, a way to protect the soul and to keep important secrets hidden away from the world. The physical structure of these tombs, their design, placement, and the items within them, all reflected this dual purpose. They were meant to protect not just from physical threats but from the spiritual, political, and even intellectual dangers that might threaten the legacy and power of the deceased. These tombs, some still undiscovered, continue to hold the secrets of the ancient world, waiting for those brave enough and clever enough to uncover their mysteries. As the centuries pass, they remind us that the past is never truly gone, it is only hidden, waiting to be revealed. Across ancient civilizations, the building of tombs was never a simple or casual act, it was a profound and intricate process, driven by spiritual, political, and even personal motivations. As much as tombs served as final resting places, they were also power symbols, spiritual fortresses, and vessels for the future. Each tomb, whether it was for a pharaoh, a high-ranking official, or a common person, was designed with a deep understanding of cosmology, the afterlife, and the social hierarchies of the time. They were often elaborately constructed and meticulously decorated, with every artifact, painting, and symbol serving a dual purpose, to honor the dead and to guide them through the trials of the afterlife. These tombs were far from mere burial sites, they were designed as gateways to eternity. In ancient Egypt, the tomb of a pharaoh was not just a burial space but a site of divine importance. The Egyptians believed in a complex afterlife, where the soul of the deceased would face judgment before the gods, particularly Osiris, the god of the afterlife. The tomb was seen as a sacred space that would facilitate this journey, providing the deceased with everything they would need for a smooth transition to the next world. This belief is evident in the lavishness of the tombs of the New Kingdom pharaohs, especially those in the Valley of the Kings. These tombs, with their hidden entrances, intricate architecture, and treasure-filled chambers, were meant to protect the king in death as much as they had protected him in life. However, the grandeur of these tombs did not solely reflect the wealth and power of the rulers buried within them. The way these tombs were constructed reveals much about the ancient Egyptians' understanding of death, immortality, and the cosmos. The walls of these tombs were often covered with intricate paintings and carvings that depicted scenes of the deceased's life, their journey through the underworld, and the gods who would protect them. These murals were not just artistic representations, they were vital tools for the deceased to navigate the afterlife. The Book of the Dead, for instance, was often included in tombs, inscribed on papyrus or walls, and was a collection of spells and incantations that would help the deceased avoid dangers and pass successfully through the afterlife. These sacred texts, written in hieroglyphs, were as essential as the gold and jewels buried with the pharaoh. They were, in essence, the roadmap to the afterlife, a kind of spiritual insurance policy ensuring the deceased's continued existence in the world beyond. Yet, despite the vast wealth of these tombs, many of them were intentionally hidden or sealed off, perhaps as a protective measure against looting or the wrath of those who might seek to disturb the dead. Ancient Egypt was rife with grave robbing, and even the tombs of the pharaohs were not immune to this threat. The fact that many of the tombs in the Valley of the Kings were obscured and buried deep within the hills, hidden from plain sight, suggests that the Egyptians understood the vulnerability of their sacred burial sites. And indeed, many tombs, like those of Tutankhamun and Seti I, were later discovered, often after centuries of being untouched, raising the question, what drove these tomb builders to such extreme lengths to conceal their creations? Was it simply fear of looters, or was there something more, something even darker, at play? It is likely that the Egyptians saw their tombs not only as physical barriers to theft but as spiritual defenses against forces far greater than any human threat. The afterlife was a realm where chaos could reign, and it was vital for the deceased to be well prepared for the journey. The tombs were constructed to act as barriers, not only from the physical world but also from the spiritual dangers that might threaten the soul. These dangers included evil spirits, demons, and other malevolent forces that could derail the journey. It was thought that only the right combination of offerings, prayers, and protection could ensure that the deceased would pass through these obstacles unscathed and reach the afterlife. But these tombs, designed with such care, did not only serve the living's fear of the afterlife. They also embodied the dead's power, allowing the deceased to retain influence over the world of the living, or perhaps to influence the gods themselves. The tomb, with its treasures and inscriptions, was a powerful symbol of the ongoing presence of the deceased. The grave goods were seen as offerings to the gods, ensuring the deceased would have all they needed for the journey ahead, but they were also seen as tools of control. For a pharaoh, these items were not just personal possessions, they were symbols of continued rule and divine right. There is another layer to these tombs that involves more than just spiritual significance, the political message they conveyed. Tombs were political statements, especially for the rulers who commissioned them. A well-built, hidden tomb signified both personal glory and national power. It was not just about ensuring a peaceful afterlife but also about asserting the ruler's place in the world beyond death. Pharaohs like Ramses II and Tutankhamun built tombs that were designed to communicate their eternal rule over Egypt, reinforcing the idea that their power was not confined to the physical world. The tomb, adorned with scenes of conquest, prosperity, and divine favor, was a way of cementing their legacy. Even in death, the ruler's power continued, with the tomb serving as a symbol of immortality and influence. The hidden nature of many tombs suggests that these royal burials were also designed to protect the political order, especially in the event of rebellion or upheaval. The pharaoh's death could bring about a shift in power, and the tomb might serve to safeguard the deceased ruler's authority against potential usurpation or dishonor. In ancient Egypt, the pharaoh was considered a living god, and to disturb his tomb was not only an offense against the man but also against the gods themselves. The consequences of this were dire, and many tombs, hidden deep within the desert or encased in labyrinthine passageways, were built to preserve not just the dead but the political legitimacy of the ruling dynasty. A tomb, in this sense, was not only a personal resting place but a vital part of the state's infrastructure, ensuring the preservation of dynastic power and continuity. It also served to instill fear in any would-be robbers or challengers to the throne. The very idea that disturbing a royal tomb could invoke divine retribution made these burial sites both sacred and inviolable. Beyond Egypt, the idea of using tombs as political symbols and as gateways to the afterlife can be seen in many ancient cultures. In Mesopotamia, for instance, the tombs of the kings of Ur and the Akkadian Empire were similarly designed to protect the deceased's legacy. The tomb of the Sumerian king, Ur-Nammu, is another example of a burial constructed with elaborate care. His tomb, like those of the pharaohs, contained treasures and objects that reflected his divine status and political power. However, it was also designed with layers of protection, both physical and spiritual, to guard against potential threats. The presence of protective figurines and inscriptions within the tomb, as well as the careful sealing of the tomb's entrance, suggests that these early kings understood the tomb as a place where both the soul and political power could be safeguarded. The political nature of these tombs is echoed in the fact that some were eventually abandoned or concealed, either to protect them from enemies or to prevent rivals from using them as a stepping stone to power. The relationship between political power, the afterlife, and the tomb's purpose becomes even more complex when considering the practices of the ancient Maya. The Maya, known for their impressive and elaborate tombs, also incorporated deep religious and political symbolism into their burial rituals. The tomb of Pakal the Great, the ruler of Palenque, is a perfect example of this intersection between religion, politics, and tomb construction. Pakal's tomb, located at the Temple of the Inscriptions, was a monumental structure filled with intricate carvings and elaborate representations of the ruler's passage to the afterlife. The tomb's placement, deep within the pyramid, was symbolic of Pakal's connection to the cosmos and the divine. The ritualistic significance of these tombs was tied to the ruler's continued influence, not only in death but also in life, as the tombs served as a symbol of authority for future generations. The political and religious function of these tombs, as symbols of power and continuity, was not limited to Egypt or Mesoamerica. The tombs of ancient China, particularly those of the Qin dynasty, show how the act of burial was a way of projecting political control into the afterlife. The terracotta army guarding Qin Shi Huang's tomb is an example of how tombs were not just for the dead but were imbued with political intent. The massive army of clay soldiers, meant to protect the emperor's soul, was also a reflection of his military power and domination over his kingdom. The emperor's tomb was an extension of his authority, and it was designed to project an image of eternal rule, a concept that has echoes in other royal tombs across history. In the end, tombs, whether in Egypt, Mesopotamia, China, or Mesoamerica, were not just places to bury the dead. They were constructed with an awareness of their broader implications, as gateways to the afterlife, symbols of divine and political power, and instruments of protection. The careful planning, the hidden locations, and the spiritual symbolism embedded in these tombs all point to the belief that death was not the end. It was, instead, the beginning of a new phase of existence, one that was deeply intertwined with the living world and the forces that governed it. The tombs were more than just the final resting places of kings and queens. For centuries, the tombs of ancient civilizations have captured the imagination of archaeologists, historians, and treasure hunters alike. These final resting places were often designed not merely to house the deceased, but to protect them on their journey into the afterlife, safeguard their legacies, and sometimes conceal the secrets they carried. The very act of constructing a tomb, especially for the elite or for rulers, was a statement of power, belief, and foresight. In many ways, these tombs were the most elaborate expressions of a civilization's understanding of life, death, and the unknown realms beyond. Yet, buried within these tombs were not just the physical remains of the deceased, but often intricate narratives about their lives, beliefs, and the societies they led. The hidden messages and the secrets within these burial sites often blur the line between myth, reality, and the extraordinary possibilities of human history. One of the most captivating elements of these ancient tombs is the role they played in shaping our understanding of these ancient cultures. The wealth of artifacts and treasures found in many of these tombs tells us about the level of sophistication these societies had achieved. Whether it's the golden death mask of Tutankhamun, the jade burial items of the Maya, or the elaborate tomb of Qin Shi Huang, the artifacts found within these tombs provide us with glimpses into the religious, social, and political landscapes of ancient times. Yet, it is not just the material wealth that captivates the imagination, it is the deeper, often hidden, meaning behind these items. The symbolic power of many tomb artifacts goes beyond their monetary value. They were meant to carry the deceased through the afterlife, to ensure their safe passage to eternity, or to maintain their power beyond death. Some of these objects held esoteric significance, known only to the elite or priests, and the act of placing them in tombs was an attempt to harness the spiritual forces that governed life and death. For example, the ancient Egyptians were not simply burying objects with their pharaohs for the sake of wealth or luxury. These items were believed to be necessary tools for the deceased to navigate the complex and dangerous world of the afterlife. The Egyptians viewed death as a transition, a journey that required the assistance of various gods, prayers, and ritualistic artifacts. The spells from the Book of the Dead were inscribed on the walls of tombs or placed inside the burial chamber to guide the soul past the trials and tests it would encounter. These spells were not just prayers, they were coded messages, imparting knowledge about how to traverse dangerous realms, how to communicate with divine beings, and how to avoid threats that might derail the journey. The intricate paintings that lined the tomb walls, depicting scenes from the deceased's life, their offerings, and their passage through the afterlife, were visual representations of these teachings. But beyond their symbolic meaning, These objects represented an understanding of life and death that was deeply intertwined with spirituality and the cosmos. The tombs of Egypt, especially those located in the Valley of the Kings, are perhaps the most famous examples of this fusion between the spiritual and the material. The tomb of Tutankhamun, which was discovered in 1922, is one of the most remarkable archaeological finds in history. Despite its small size compared to other royal tombs, the wealth of treasures found within it, including chariots, weapons, furniture, and jewelry, was nothing short of astounding. But more than the physical wealth, what made this tomb significant was the wealth of knowledge it offered. It provided scholars with insights into the burial practices of the time, the artwork of the period, and the broader cultural and religious beliefs that shaped the ancient Egyptian worldview. The discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb also illuminated the mystery of why it had been left largely untouched by grave robbers, a rarity among royal tombs. Some suggest that the tomb was deliberately hidden or not finished in time, but the fact that it remained largely intact has led to many theories about what was truly hidden in the tomb, and why it was left untouched. Beyond Egypt, other civilizations also constructed tombs with similar levels of sophistication. In Mesopotamia, the tombs of the Sumerian kings of Ur offer a glimpse into a world where death was seen as both a passage and a continuation of power. The tombs of the Sumerian kings were filled with grave goods that symbolized their status in life, but they also conveyed messages about the afterlife. The burial practices of Mesopotamian rulers were designed to ensure that their authority would persist even after death. In the tomb of Ur-Nammu, the king of Ur, archaeologists uncovered stunning artifacts, including jewelry, musical instruments, and weapons. Yet, it is the symbolic meanings of these items that are most significant. Each object placed in the tomb was part of a ritual that was believed to ensure the king's protection and immortality in the afterlife. One particularly interesting aspect of Mesopotamian tombs is their connection to the concept of divine kingship. The kings of Sumer were seen as intermediaries between the gods and the people, and their tombs were constructed to reflect this relationship. The elaborate burial rituals performed by priests and family members symbolized the king's continued role as a divine figure, even in death. These tombs often contained inscriptions, statues, and symbolic representations of the gods, ensuring that the king would maintain his influence over both the mortal and divine realms. Just as the ancient Egyptians believed that their pharaohs were gods in life and would continue their rule after death, the kings of Mesopotamia saw their tombs as instruments of eternal governance. Tombs as repositories of power and influence are also a key theme in the funerary practices of the ancient Maya. The tomb of Pakal the Great, located at the Temple of the Inscriptions in Palenque, Mexico, offers a fascinating glimpse into the Maya worldview. Pakal's tomb is famous not just for its elaborate construction and the wealth of artifacts it contained, but also for the symbolic carvings and inscriptions that adorned the tomb. The tomb is intricately decorated with images of Pakal's journey to the underworld and his eventual ascent to the heavens. The symbolism found within his tomb reveals much about Maya cosmology, their beliefs about death, and their understanding of the afterlife. The tomb was designed to ensure that Pakal's soul would successfully navigate the realms of the dead, reach the heavens, and take his rightful place as an ancestor and god. The Maya, like the Egyptians, believed that the dead continued to influence the living, and their tombs were constructed as powerful symbols of this ongoing relationship. In each of these cases, the tomb serves as much more than a burial site, it is a statement of identity, power, and belief. The tombs were crafted to reflect the individual's role in society, their divine status, and their connection to the afterlife. But it is not just the grandeur or the materials of the tombs that make them significant, it is the knowledge embedded within them. The objects, symbols, and rituals associated with burial practices were not just meant to accompany the dead, they were intended to ensure that the deceased remained connected to the living world, preserving their influence and legacy for generations to come. Moreover, the significance of tombs extends beyond the individual they were built for. Tombs were collective statements, representing the values, beliefs, and fears of entire civilizations. They were, in many ways, an extension of the culture itself. The elaborate care and detail put into these tombs reflect how societies viewed the relationship between life and death, the mortal and the divine. The messages encoded in the tombs, both in terms of material wealth and spiritual symbolism, offer invaluable insights into the culture, religion, and political structure of these civilizations. Perhaps one of the most compelling reasons why tombs have fascinated generations of explorers, archaeologists, and historians is because they offer a window into a world that is long gone. They provide a direct connection to the past, allowing us to step back in time and experience a culture that, in many ways, seems both familiar and foreign. In these tombs, we see the ways in which ancient peoples sought to defy death, preserve their legacies, and communicate with the gods. The tombs themselves, filled with treasures, symbols, and messages, become both a record of the individual buried within and a testament to the civilization that created it. The study of tombs, and the exploration of what lies within them, continues to be a vital part of our understanding of the ancient world. Whether we are uncovering the tombs of Egypt, Mesopotamia, China, or the Americas, each discovery brings us closer to understanding the rituals, beliefs, and lives of those who came before us. And as we peel back the layers of time, we are reminded of the eternal human desire to understand life, death, and the mysteries of the universe. The history of human civilization is, in many ways, a history of tombs. The grand burial sites of rulers, the humble graves of ordinary individuals, and the massive collective burial grounds all reveal profound insights into ancient cultures, their beliefs, and their understanding of death. Yet, beyond the burial rituals, what makes tombs truly fascinating is the secrecy they often hide. In many cases, the tombs were designed not only to preserve the body and honor the dead, but to keep something secret, whether it was knowledge, wealth, or a specific form of power that needed to remain hidden from the world. Some tombs were built to protect the deceased from both human thieves and supernatural forces, while others seem to conceal deeper mysteries or messages meant for the initiated, those with the right knowledge to unlock them. It is in these hidden tombs, those that seem to defy conventional expectations, that the most tantalizing mysteries of the ancient world often lie. One of the most compelling aspects of many ancient tombs is their deliberate concealment. It is not merely a matter of being hidden away in a remote location or buried under layers of rock and sand. Rather, these tombs were constructed with the express purpose of being kept secret from future generations. They were not meant to be discovered, and in many cases, it seems that the builders went to extraordinary lengths to ensure that they remained lost. Some tombs were constructed in locations that were deliberately difficult to access, or they were sealed with immense stone barriers or hidden within other structures, so that no one would stumble upon them. In some cases, tombs were designed to blend in with their surroundings, making them appear to be ordinary structures when, in fact, they concealed royal treasures, sacred rituals, or the remains of a powerful individual. Perhaps the most famous example of this type of tomb concealment is the tomb of Tutankhamun, discovered in 1922 by the British archaeologist Howard Carter. Tutankhamun's tomb was hidden in plain sight for thousands of years, buried beneath the tomb of an earlier, more powerful ruler. When Carter discovered the tomb, it was largely intact, and the treasure inside was beyond anything he could have imagined. It is believed that the tomb had been deliberately hidden, not just to protect the pharaoh's body and treasures from robbers, but because of its symbolic importance. The very location of the tomb suggests that it was not meant to be discovered. Located in a valley surrounded by other tombs, the entrance was difficult to find and had been sealed for centuries. The wealth and artifacts inside the tomb, which included everything from chariots to a solid gold mask, suggested that Tutankhamun had been an important king, yet his burial site was small and relatively unadorned compared to those of his predecessors. This raised many questions. Why would such a powerful ruler be buried in such an obscure and humble tomb? Was it a case of misfortune, or was there something more at play here? Why was his tomb, in particular, hidden so carefully? The mystery surrounding the tomb of Tutankhamun deepened when Carter found that the tomb's contents were not as expected for a king. Some scholars suggest that Tutankhamun's reign was interrupted by political instability, and that his successor may have chosen to obscure the king's burial in an effort to minimize his legacy. However, others argue that the tomb was constructed hastily, using an already existing burial site that had originally been intended for someone else. This theory fits the fact that the tomb was smaller than those of other pharaohs, with a layout that seemed rushed and somewhat unorganized. The treasures within it, though many and magnificent, appeared to be an eclectic mix of items, some dating from Tutankhamun's time, others from earlier periods. Perhaps most striking of all, however, was the fact that the tomb remained undisturbed for so long. Unlike the tombs of other pharaohs, which had been looted centuries before, Tutankhamun's tomb was found with most of its contents intact. This fact alone hints at a deliberate effort to conceal the tomb, to prevent it from being discovered or even remembered. Another example of tombs deliberately hidden comes from the ancient Maya civilization, which believed deeply in the spiritual significance of death and the afterlife. The Maya constructed elaborate tombs for their rulers, often placing them in temples or pyramids. However, many of these tombs were sealed off or concealed within other structures, making them difficult or nearly impossible to find. One of the most famous Maya tombs is that of the ruler Pakal the Great, found in the Temple of the Inscriptions at Palenque. Pakal's tomb was discovered in 1952, but it had been carefully concealed beneath layers of stone and earth for over 1,000 years. It is believed that the tomb was hidden in such a way to preserve Pakal's divine power, ensuring that he would be protected in the afterlife and that his spiritual influence would continue. The elaborate carvings inside the tomb depict Pakal's journey through the underworld, reflecting the Maya belief in the cyclical nature of life, death, and rebirth. The tomb's hidden location within the temple and the sheer complexity of its construction suggest that the Maya were not just concerned with protecting their rulers from earthly threats, but with safeguarding their divine power in the next world. The practice of hiding tombs may not be exclusive to Egyptian or Maya rulers. In fact, similar practices can be found across the ancient world. The tombs of the ancient Chinese emperors, particularly that of the first emperor, Qin Shi Huang, were constructed with the express purpose of both preserving the emperor's rule in death and concealing his legacy. The tomb of Qin Shi Huang, which is surrounded by the famous terracotta army, has been largely unexplored due to its dangerous location and the political sensitivities surrounding it. Many scholars believe that the emperor's tomb was specifically constructed to remain hidden, and even modern-day archaeologists have hesitated to excavate it due to the potential danger posed by the ancient burial traps and the delicate nature of the tomb's contents. Qin Shi Huang's tomb was not just meant to preserve the emperor's body, but to protect his power and ensure that his authority would persist long after his death. The idea of using tombs to preserve not just the body but the legacy and power of the deceased was a common thread across many ancient civilizations. For the Egyptians, the tomb was a place where the pharaoh could continue to rule in the afterlife, often with the assistance of magical spells, amulets, and ritual objects. In Mesopotamia, rulers were buried with elaborate inscriptions that depicted their divine favor and connection to the gods. These tombs were not just final resting places but political statements, designed to ensure that the ruler's influence would persist long after their death. This theme of continuity and protection is also reflected in the tombs of the Maya, the Incas, and other ancient cultures, where the tomb was seen as a way to safeguard the ruler's spiritual power and political authority. However, what makes these hidden tombs especially intriguing is the idea that they were not simply constructed to protect the body or preserve material wealth. Many of these tombs were designed to protect something much more intangible, knowledge. In many cases, tombs were seen as sacred spaces that contained the secrets of the rulers, the gods, and the very essence of a civilization's culture. This hidden knowledge could take many forms: religious texts, royal decrees, sacred rituals, or even knowledge about the natural world. The tombs were places where these secrets could be kept safe, far from the reach of those who might misuse them or seek to disrupt the balance of the world. The very design of the tombs, with their labyrinthine corridors, hidden chambers, and concealed entrances, suggests that these tombs were meant to be more than just a physical barrier. They were designed to keep the most important and dangerous knowledge away from the eyes of those who were unworthy. The idea that tombs were meant to conceal knowledge is not just a matter of speculation, it is supported by the archaeological record. In the tomb of Tutankhamun, for instance, there were inscriptions and objects that suggested the pharaoh's reign was shrouded in secrecy. These items were not just meant to accompany the king to the afterlife, but also to communicate messages about his power, legacy, and the true nature of his reign. Similarly, the tombs of the Maya rulers were filled with symbols and glyphs that told stories of their divine right to rule and their spiritual connections to the gods. These tombs were designed to preserve these sacred narratives, ensuring that the ruler's divine power would never be forgotten. In the case of Qin Shi Huang, the vast terracotta army surrounding his tomb is a symbol of the emperor's desire to protect his reign in death. However, it also suggests a deeper, more enigmatic purpose: the emperor's belief in the power of knowledge to shape the afterlife. The terracotta army itself is not just a physical barrier meant to protect the emperor's tomb, but also a representation of the emperor's ongoing control over his empire, his military forces, and his knowledge of the natural world. The fact that the tomb has yet to be fully explored speaks to the mysterious nature of the knowledge that may lie within. Tombs were more than just burial sites, they were designed to be time capsules, preserving not just the physical body, but the essence of the person buried within. Whether hidden from looters or designed to conceal ancient knowledge, these tombs are testaments to the belief that death was not an end, but a transition into another realm, a realm where power, legacy, and knowledge could continue to have influence. The tombs themselves were not just places of death, they were places of protection, secrecy, and profound significance. As we continue to uncover and study these tombs, we are reminded that the past is never fully buried. The more we uncover about ancient tombs and burial practices, the more we come to understand how central these final resting places were to ancient cultures. For many of these societies, death was not seen as the ultimate end, but rather a passage into another realm. The tombs, built with exquisite craftsmanship, were viewed as portals, not just for the dead to journey through to the afterlife, but as symbols of their eternal status and influence. This complex relationship between the living and the dead is reflected in the varied tombs scattered across the ancient world, from Egypt and Mesopotamia to China, Greece, and the Americas. The tombs are as much about the living as they are about the deceased. They were built to reinforce the power and legacy of rulers, to communicate religious beliefs, and to ensure the deceased would be protected for eternity. In ancient Egypt, this connection between the living, the dead, and the gods was fundamental to the design and function of tombs. Tombs for the pharaohs, especially those in the Valley of the Kings, were not simply burial sites but vast complexes filled with riches, sacred texts, and elaborate paintings depicting the pharaoh's journey into the afterlife. The belief in immortality permeated every aspect of Egyptian culture, and the afterlife was considered a continuation of life on earth, albeit in a different form. The tombs themselves were seen as a way to secure the pharaoh's power even after death. They were built to ensure that the king's soul could pass through the dangerous underworld and be reborn in the afterlife, where he would continue to reign over Egypt. What is striking about Egyptian tombs, particularly the tombs of pharaohs, is the incredible detail with which they were designed. The walls were adorned with vivid depictions of the deceased, their family members, and gods, all acting as guides and protectors for the soul's journey. In the case of Tutankhamun's tomb, discovered in 1922, the wealth of items buried with the young king, from gold masks and statues to chariots, reveals much about the Egyptians' beliefs about death and the afterlife. These artifacts were more than just possessions, they were essential for the pharaoh's spiritual journey. His tomb was designed to be a microcosm of his life on earth, a safe haven in the afterlife, and a reflection of his divine status. However, while many tombs, especially royal tombs, were rich in material wealth, it was not always the material riches that were the most important. The spiritual wealth, found in the form of sacred texts, amulets, and offerings, was equally, if not more, significant. The Book of the Dead, found in many Egyptian tombs, was an essential guide to navigating the afterlife. It contained spells and incantations designed to protect the soul, to defeat malevolent forces, and to ensure the deceased's place in the afterlife. These sacred writings were not simply written for the king, but for anyone who could afford to have them inscribed in their tombs. They provided both guidance and protection for the deceased, demonstrating the importance of words, prayers, and rituals in the ancient world. The belief that the written word could affect reality, even after death, reveals how central language, symbolism, and spirituality were in Egyptian culture. The tombs of Mesopotamian kings, like those of the Sumerian city-state of Ur, offer a different but equally fascinating view into ancient burial practices. Here, too, the tombs were not just for burial but were expressions of power, belief, and the continuity of the king's influence. The Sumerians believed that kings had a divine connection to the gods, and that their rule extended beyond the mortal world. Like the Egyptians, the Sumerians placed a great deal of importance on the afterlife, which was seen as a continuation of the earthly reign. The tombs of the kings of Ur were filled with treasures, jewelry, musical instruments, and weapons, items that were not merely material but had great symbolic significance. These artifacts were meant to ensure the king's well-being in the afterlife and to maintain his power in the next world. Perhaps the most striking feature of these tombs, however, is the evidence of ritualistic practices associated with them. In the royal tombs of Ur, for instance, archaeologists discovered evidence that royal attendants and sacrifices were placed in the tombs to accompany the king into the afterlife. This practice of sacrificing people, animals, and goods to accompany the deceased into the next world reflects a common belief in many ancient cultures, that death was not the end of existence, but a transition into a different realm, one that required assistance, offerings, and protection. The idea of sacrifices, both human and material, was rooted in the belief that the dead would need these offerings to sustain them in the afterlife. This theme of offerings, sacrifices, and the importance of the afterlife is also present in the burial practices of the ancient Chinese. The tomb of Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China, is one of the most famous and mysterious tombs in the world. The emperor's tomb is guarded by an army of terracotta soldiers, each one a painstakingly crafted replica of his soldiers, meant to protect him in the afterlife. These soldiers, along with chariots, weapons, and other artifacts, were not merely for the emperor's use in the next world but were part of a greater system of belief that viewed death as an extension of life. The elaborate nature of Qin Shi Huang's tomb reflects the belief that the emperor's power did not end with death. By surrounding himself with replicas of his soldiers, the emperor ensured that his rule would continue even after his passing. The burial practices of the ancient Chinese, particularly those of the Qin dynasty, also highlight a deep belief in the spiritual world and the importance of rituals and offerings. The tomb was not only a place for the emperor's physical remains but was designed to reflect his divine status and ensure that his power would be preserved. The careful construction of the tomb, the creation of thousands of terracotta figures, and the extensive use of rituals demonstrate the importance of ensuring that the emperor's soul would continue to reign in the afterlife. In contrast to the Egyptians and Chinese, the Maya of Mesoamerica had a very different approach to death and the afterlife. While the Maya, like the Egyptians, built elaborate tombs for their rulers, their beliefs surrounding death were centered around the idea of cycles, particularly the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. The tomb of Pakal the Great, the ruler of Palenque, is one of the most famous Maya tombs. Located in the Temple of the Inscriptions, Pakal's tomb is adorned with intricate carvings that depict his journey through the underworld and his eventual transformation into a celestial being. These carvings reflect the Maya belief that death was not the end, but a transformation that led to a new existence. The tomb, with its elaborate design and rich symbolism, was constructed to ensure that Pakal's soul would successfully navigate the afterlife, continuing his rule as a divine figure. Like the Egyptians and Mesopotamians, the Maya rulers were buried with wealth and sacred objects, but their tombs were also designed to reflect their cosmological beliefs. The Maya saw the afterlife as a cyclical process, one in which the ruler's soul would be reborn and continue to exert influence over the living world. The tombs, therefore, were designed not just to protect the physical body but to facilitate the spiritual journey of the deceased. They were places where the ruler's soul could transition between worlds and continue its influence in the cosmic order. In many ways, the Maya tombs illustrate a shared theme across ancient cultures, that death was not an end, but a passage. The tombs were not just places of burial, they were sanctified spaces meant to protect, preserve, and ensure the continuation of life in another realm. These tombs also served as a reminder to the living of the continuity between the world of the living and the world of the dead. They were a manifestation of the belief that life and death were not separate but intertwined, and that the deceased continued to hold influence even after their physical bodies had passed. Whether in the Valley of the Kings, the royal tombs of Ur, the terracotta army of Qin Shi Huang, or the Temple of the Inscriptions in Palenque, the tombs of the ancient world were more than just places to bury the dead. They were reflections of the civilizations that built them, their beliefs, their power structures, their understanding of death and the afterlife. These tombs were designed to ensure that the deceased would continue to influence the world long after they had passed, and to preserve their legacy for eternity. In every ancient civilization, the act of building a tomb was not just a final farewell, but a declaration of the enduring power and significance of the dead. The role of tombs in the ancient world transcends mere burial practices. They were more than just the final resting places for the deceased, they were living symbols of the society's values, spiritual beliefs, and deep-seated understandings of life and death. The tombs of ancient civilizations across the globe tell us more than just the stories of individual rulers, warriors, and elites. They reveal insights into the society that constructed them, their technological advancements, their views on immortality, and the extraordinary lengths to which they would go to ensure the deceased's legacy. While many tombs were designed to preserve the body and its treasures, others were constructed with a much grander purpose in mind, to transcend death itself, ensuring the deceased's continued existence in a form that was intimately connected with both the physical and spiritual realms. In ancient Egypt, the tomb was a fundamental part of a much larger cosmological framework. The Egyptians saw the journey into the afterlife as both a spiritual and physical process, one that required immense preparation. For the pharaohs, these tombs were not just burial places but were designed as eternal homes, crafted to facilitate their rulers' ascension to the divine afterlife. The pyramids, which stand as the most iconic tombs in human history, represent more than just massive stone structures. They were sophisticated, symbolic monuments that were designed to facilitate the soul's journey into the afterlife, where the pharaoh would become one with the gods. The pyramid's shape itself, rising towards the heavens, symbolized the soul's ascent. Every aspect of the pyramid, from the placement of its chambers to the exact alignment with celestial bodies, was a reflection of the Egyptian belief that the deceased king would join the stars in a divine realm. For the ancient Egyptians, this wasn't just architecture, it was a spiritual act that cemented the king's divine status and ensured his eternal rule. Beneath the grandeur of Egypt's royal tombs lies a deeper spiritual belief, the idea that death was not an end but a transformation. The Book of the Dead, a compilation of spells and incantations, often found inscribed on the walls of royal tombs, provides a roadmap for the soul's journey into the afterlife. These texts guided the deceased through the dangers of the underworld and assisted them in achieving immortality. The tomb was the physical space where the deceased could interact with these spells, offerings, and symbols that ensured their survival beyond the mortal realm. The objects buried with the dead, including amulets, furniture, and tools, were not merely possessions but were part of a larger spiritual ritual. They served as protection, comfort, and guides for the journey ahead. The elaborate artwork on the tomb's walls also played a significant role, depicting the deceased's life and interactions with the gods, ensuring that the deceased was not forgotten and that their legacy would continue to thrive. The grandness of Egyptian tombs has fascinated archaeologists for centuries, but the very fact that they were designed to last eternally, beyond the reach of time and decay, speaks volumes about how these ancient peoples viewed the concept of immortality. The tomb was not just for burial, it was for transcendence. The wealth of artifacts found within, from intricate jewelry to finely crafted statues and ceremonial weapons, reinforced the notion that life beyond the grave would be an extension of the individual's life on earth. These were not just material goods but symbols of the person's role in life, both in society and in the cosmic order. Even in death, the ancient Egyptians believed that the pharaoh's power could transcend earthly boundaries, continuing to influence the living through divine favor. The Egyptian practice of embalming, which preserved the body in astonishing detail, also illustrates the importance placed on the physical form after death. The mummification process was designed not just to preserve the body for the afterlife, but to provide a home for the soul. It was thought that the soul could return to the body, either to reclaim it or to use it as a vessel in the afterlife. This intricate embalming process, paired with the rich array of burial goods, reflected the belief that the physical form remained just as significant after death as it was during life. This desire for preservation and immortality is echoed in the tombs of other ancient civilizations. Across the ancient world, other societies developed similar practices, each reflecting their unique understanding of death, the afterlife, and the continuity of the soul. In Mesopotamia, for example, the Sumerians and later the Babylonians also placed great emphasis on the afterlife, but their tombs were much simpler than those in Egypt. However, their tombs were just as rich in symbolic significance. The Sumerian kings of Ur, for example, were buried with a vast array of treasures and offerings, from musical instruments to intricate jewelry. The practice of including these items was an essential component of Mesopotamian funerary rituals. The wealth buried alongside these kings was not just for the ruler's use in the afterlife, but a reflection of the king's connection to the gods and the divine world. The items were intended to maintain the king's divine power in death, just as they had in life. Interestingly, the Sumerians also believed in the concept of a soul's journey similar to the Egyptians. The tombs were constructed in such a way as to ensure that the deceased could make the transition into the next world. Much like the Egyptians, the Sumerians also believed in a judgment process in the afterlife, where the deeds of the deceased were weighed to determine their fate. These beliefs were reflected in the elaborate rituals surrounding the tomb, where the deceased were not only buried with objects of value, but also with symbolic offerings meant to appease the gods and provide comfort in the afterlife. This practice of including burial goods was an essential part of ensuring that the deceased could transcend the limits of death and continue their influence in the world of the gods. In the Americas, particularly among the Maya and the Inca civilizations, the tombs and burial practices were similarly linked to beliefs about the afterlife. For the Maya, death was a continuation of life, a journey through a dangerous and mystical realm that required the assistance of gods and ancestors. The tombs of Maya rulers, such as that of Pakal the Great at Palenque, are among the most elaborate in the ancient world. Pakal's tomb, with its massive sarcophagus and stunning stone carvings, was designed to assist the ruler in his journey through the afterlife. The tomb's placement, deep within the temple, was symbolic of the king's connection to the divine and his passage into the spiritual realm. The carvings on the tomb depict Pakal's descent into the underworld, a journey that reflects the Maya belief in the cyclical nature of life and death. For the Maya, the tomb was not just a physical space, but a sacred site where the king would undergo a spiritual transformation and be reborn as an ancestor, continuing to influence the living world. Similarly, the Inca rulers, who believed in the concept of an afterlife known as Hanan Pasha, built elaborate tombs to ensure that their rulers' spirits would continue to watch over the living. The Inca rulers were buried in tombs that were seen as sacred spaces, imbued with divine power. Their tombs, like those of the Egyptians and Mesopotamians, were not just burial sites, but were designed to maintain the ruler's connection to the gods and to ensure that their power would persist after death. These tombs, often built into mountains or hidden beneath elaborate structures, were designed to reflect the Inca belief in the continuity of the soul and the ongoing power of the deceased. The common thread in these tombs across different civilizations is that they were not merely a place for the body to rest. These tombs were spaces of power, continuity, and transcendence. They were designed with the belief that death was not an end but a transformation, a journey that required guidance, protection, and preparation. The tombs themselves were designed to protect the deceased and to preserve their power and legacy, ensuring that they would continue to influence the world even after they had passed. The inclusion of valuable treasures, sacred objects, and intricate artwork within these tombs reflected the belief that the deceased needed these items to navigate the spiritual realm, to maintain their status, and to ensure their continued influence. These tombs were more than just final resting places. They were expressions of cultural beliefs, political power, and spiritual aspirations. The act of constructing these monumental tombs, and the treasures and rituals associated with them, demonstrates the lengths to which ancient cultures would go to ensure that their rulers and loved ones were cared for in the afterlife. Whether through elaborate burial goods, protective spells, or intricate designs, tombs served as a testament to the belief that death was not the end but a transition into another realm, where the deceased could continue to live on in a different form, connected to both the divine and the living world. The ancient tombs, standing as they do today, offer us a glimpse into the values and beliefs of civilizations that have long since passed, but whose influence still lingers in the stones and artifacts they left behind. The tombs of ancient civilizations have always fascinated us, not just for their impressive architectural designs or the wealth of artifacts discovered within them, but for the profound beliefs and values they represent. These tombs were not simply places where the dead were buried, they were designed as eternal homes, sanctuaries, or gateways into another realm, one that promised continued existence, spiritual transformation, or even political power beyond death. Whether in the deserts of Egypt, the mountains of Peru, or the valleys of China, tombs were built to preserve the essence of the deceased, whether through mummification, burial rites, or even the creation of symbolic landscapes. They served as metaphysical sanctuaries that promised to preserve both the body and the soul. These structures, often hidden away in remote locations or constructed with great care, were created to safeguard not only the physical body but also the spirit, ensuring that it would continue to exist in some form, perhaps to guide the living, protect the civilization, or even extend the ruler's reign beyond their mortal life. The role of tombs was as much about belief as it was about practicality. In Egypt, the tombs of pharaohs and nobles were designed to reflect a grand vision of the afterlife. The pyramids themselves, massive, precise, and symbolically profound, were seen as more than just burial chambers. The very shape of the pyramid represented the pharaoh's ascent into the divine realm, an eternal connection with the gods. The purpose of such monumental structures was not simply to commemorate the dead but to serve as a space for the deceased ruler to carry out their duties in the afterlife, maintaining the cosmic order, and ensuring that Egypt continued to flourish. The grandeur of Egyptian tombs, particularly the pyramids, emphasized the belief that the pharaohs were divine beings whose rule would transcend death. These rulers were not merely being placed into the earth, they were being propelled into the heavens. The construction of the pyramids was also an act of political and religious symbolism. The Great Pyramid of Giza, for example, was designed with such mathematical precision that its construction still baffles modern engineers. The alignment with celestial bodies, the precise dimensions, and the symbolic inclusion of the king's chamber all point to a complex belief system where astronomy, religion, and architecture converged. Every detail of the tomb was meant to reflect the divine status of the pharaoh. As the tombs of other royal figures in the Valley of the Kings also show, the Egyptians believed that the tomb's purpose was not just to house the body but to provide a space where the soul could continue its journey into the afterlife. This was why treasures, food, and various symbolic offerings were placed in the tomb, to ensure that the deceased would have everything they needed in the next life. Interestingly, these beliefs were shared by other ancient civilizations. The Mesopotamians, for instance, also constructed elaborate tombs for their rulers, though their approach to the afterlife was somewhat different. The Sumerians and Akkadians placed great emphasis on the notion of immortality, but for them, the afterlife was not always seen as a glorious continuation of life. The tombs of Mesopotamian rulers, such as those discovered at Ur, reveal a fascinating blend of sacred rituals and political power. Like the Egyptians, the Sumerians believed that the ruler's soul needed to be protected and that sacrifices were necessary to ensure a smooth journey into the afterlife. However, while the Egyptians saw the afterlife as a place of rebirth and divine order, the Mesopotamians often viewed it as a realm of shadowy existence. It was not a place of eternal glory but rather one of necessity and inevitability, where the soul would linger until the end of time. This understanding of death and the afterlife was reflected in the somber nature of Mesopotamian tombs. While some royal tombs in Sumer contained rich offerings, there was also a noticeable focus on the ritual sacrifices of servants and animals, suggesting that the afterlife was not only about protection but also about ensuring the ruler's power extended beyond death. Moving from the Near East to the Far East, China's ancient tombs tell a similar yet distinct story about death and immortality. The tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China, is one of the most famous and mysterious burial sites in the world. The terracotta army that surrounds his tomb is a testament to the emperor's belief that his reign needed to continue even after death. The army, which includes thousands of life-sized clay soldiers, horses, and chariots, was not just for display, it was a functional part of the burial ritual. The soldiers were meant to protect the emperor in the afterlife and ensure that his power would persist. But Qin Shi Huang's tomb, like those of the Egyptian pharaohs, also contained treasures, symbolic objects, and inscriptions that connected the emperor to the divine and reinforced his belief in immortality. In China, the emperor was not just a mortal ruler but also seen as the son of heaven, a divine figure who was responsible for maintaining harmony between heaven and earth. His tomb was therefore not merely a place of burial, it was a representation of his continuing role in the cosmic order, even after death. In addition to the emperor's tomb, the practices surrounding Chinese burial customs were also deeply rooted in ancestor worship. The Chinese believed that the spirits of their ancestors could influence the living world, so tombs were built not only for the ruler but also for high-ranking officials and common people. These tombs were designed with a similar philosophy in mind, to ensure that the deceased had everything they needed for their journey into the afterlife, but also to provide for their continued influence over the living world. The importance of maintaining this link between the living and the dead was so critical that Chinese tombs were often marked by grand, symbolic structures, including gateways, statues, and inscriptions that invoke the protective powers of ancestors and deities. In the Americas, the burial practices of the Maya and the Inca civilizations also reveal fascinating insights into the role of tombs in preserving the power and legacy of the deceased. The Maya believed that death was not an end, but a transformation, a passage from one life into another. The tomb of Pakal the Great in Palenque is a prime example of this belief. Pakal, one of the most famous rulers of the Maya city-state of Palenque, was buried in a tomb that reflected his journey through the underworld and eventual ascension to the heavens. The tomb, located beneath the Temple of the Inscriptions, was filled with symbolic carvings that depicted the ruler's path through the afterlife, illustrating the Maya belief in cyclical time and the interconnectedness of life, death, and rebirth. The tomb was not just a place for Pakal's body but a space designed to facilitate his spiritual journey. It was a physical manifestation of his divine right to rule, extending his reign into the afterlife. The Inca, who also believed in a cyclical understanding of time and death, similarly built tombs designed to preserve the influence of their rulers after death. The Inca emperor, or Sapa Inca, was considered to be a living god. His tomb, therefore, was not just a place for burial but a sacred space that connected him to the divine. The tombs of the Inca were often built into mountains or other natural formations, further reinforcing the idea of the emperor's connection to the spiritual and natural world. The tombs were filled with treasures, offerings, and objects that reflected the emperor's role as a divine ruler and ensured that his influence would continue to shape the world, even after his physical death. Across all these ancient civilizations, the construction of tombs reveals the fundamental human desire to transcend mortality and secure a legacy that will last beyond the individual. Whether through elaborate burial rituals, monumental architecture, or the inclusion of treasures and symbolic items, tombs were more than just final resting places. They were representations of the belief systems that governed the civilizations that built them, a testament to their rulers' divine status and an affirmation that death was not the end, but a transformation, a passage into another world where the deceased would continue to exert influence. The way each culture approached burial practices reflects not only their understanding of the afterlife but also their desire to preserve their identity, power, and connection to the divine, ensuring that their legacy would endure for centuries to come. These tombs, through their elaborate design and symbolic power, continue to offer valuable insights into the minds and hearts of the ancient peoples who built them. The fascination with ancient tombs often lies not just in the spectacular wealth and grandeur that many of these burial sites contain, but also in the profound mysteries surrounding their construction, purpose, and the beliefs of the civilizations that built them. These tombs were meant to preserve much more than just the physical body, they were designed to preserve power, legacy, and the very soul of the deceased, ensuring that their influence would continue far beyond death. The act of burial, in the minds of these ancient peoples, was not merely an end to life but a critical step in a larger, spiritual journey, a journey that required careful planning, meticulous craftsmanship, and the accumulation of sacred objects. The tombs of the ancient world, scattered across continents and spanning thousands of years, reveal a universal desire for immortality, a longing to ensure that death was not the final word but a transformative experience. In Egypt, the pyramids stand as some of the most iconic and enduring symbols of this belief. These monumental structures were designed with the firm understanding that the tomb was a means of guaranteeing the pharaoh's eternal rule. The pyramid, with its grand shape rising toward the sky, symbolized the king's ascent to the heavens and his union with the gods. This connection was not only a matter of spiritual belief but also a political statement. The tomb itself, with its internal chambers, intricate passageways, and carefully placed artifacts, was an elaborate setup to ensure the king's soul would pass safely through the underworld and achieve immortality. The practice of mummification, which preserved the body with astonishing precision, was similarly grounded in the belief that the body was a vessel that needed to be preserved for the soul's journey in the afterlife. The pyramid, therefore, was not just a structure of stone, it was a sanctuary, a sacred place where the king would continue to live, in a different form, but still connected to the earthly realm. The tomb of Tutankhamun, discovered in 1922 by the British archaeologist Howard Carter, remains one of the most famous examples of this principle. While it was small compared to other royal tombs, its contents were nothing short of spectacular. The treasures found inside, from golden masks to intricately carved chariots, were not just material goods but symbols of the king's divine right to rule. Even though Tutankhamun was a relatively minor pharaoh whose reign was short, his tomb became one of the richest archaeological finds of the 20th century. What was most remarkable about his tomb, however, was how it had remained hidden for so long. Unlike other royal tombs, which had been looted by tomb robbers in antiquity, Tutankhamun's tomb was remarkably intact, preserving not only the body of the king but the wealth and offerings that were meant to accompany him on his journey into the afterlife. It is believed that his tomb was accidentally overlooked by those who had plundered the tombs of other rulers, making his burial one of the few to remain undisturbed for over 3,000 years. This discovery caused a sensation worldwide, offering rare insight into the tomb-building practices of the Egyptians, their wealth, and their devotion to the afterlife. But the tomb of Tutankhamun was far from an isolated case. Throughout Egypt, and indeed across the ancient world, the tombs of rulers and elites were constructed with extraordinary care and attention to detail. The burial of a king was not merely a ceremonial act, but a carefully orchestrated ritual designed to ensure the continued reign of the deceased, in spirit, at least. In the Valley of the Kings, where many of Egypt's most famous pharaohs were laid to rest, the tombs were cut into the rock, carved with intricate depictions of the king's journey through the underworld, and filled with offerings that reflected his power and divine status. These tombs were also meant to protect the deceased from tomb robbers, who were often as much a threat as the afterlife itself. The tombs were constructed with elaborate traps and hidden entrances, designed to thwart intruders and safeguard the sacred contents within. The massive stone blocks, designed to seal the tombs shut, were often inscribed with curses, warning any would-be grave robbers of dire consequences for disturbing the dead. The very architecture of the tomb was designed with the dual purpose of honoring the deceased and ensuring that they could rest in peace, untouched, unlooted, and untarnished by the hands of time. Across the Mediterranean, in ancient Mesopotamia, the role of the tomb took on a slightly different but equally significant meaning. In the early Sumerian cities of Ur, royal tombs were built to house not just the body but the essential relics of the ruler's power. The tombs of Ur, uncovered in the 1920s, revealed a fascinating array of treasures, including jewelry, musical instruments, and weapons. These were not just symbols of wealth, but representations of the king's role as a divine intermediary between the gods and the people. Much like the Egyptians, the Sumerians believed that the ruler's soul would require protection and offerings to navigate the afterlife. The graves at Ur were filled with rich ceremonial items, including chariots, daggers, and masks, suggesting a deep belief in the idea that the king would continue to wield influence even after death. The Sumerian rulers, in many ways, were seen as the embodiment of divine power. They were both political and religious figures, whose rule was sanctioned by the gods, and their tombs reflected this duality. Moreover, the Sumerians also practiced the burial of their retainers, with many royal tombs revealing that attendants were sacrificed to accompany the ruler into the afterlife. This ritual of human sacrifice, while unsettling by modern standards, highlights the importance of continuity and the ruler's need for both spiritual and physical support in the afterlife. These sacrifices were believed to ensure that the king's soul would be protected and supported on its journey, with the attendants serving as servants or companions in the next world. This practice was not limited to the Sumerians but was seen in various forms across the ancient world, including in China and the Americas. In China, the tombs of the Qin dynasty, particularly that of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, stand as monumental testaments to the belief in the ruler's continuing power after death. Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of a unified China, was buried with a vast army of terracotta soldiers, each one a meticulously crafted figure meant to guard him in the afterlife. These statues were not just symbolic representations of his military might, they were meant to serve as real-life protectors, ensuring the emperor's rule in the next world. The sheer scale and complexity of the emperor's tomb, with its thousands of soldiers, horses, and chariots, reflect the Qin dynasty's understanding of death as a continuation of life, one where the emperor's power would endure. In this case, the tomb was not just a burial site but a manifestation of the emperor's divine authority, extending his influence over his empire and ensuring that his rule would never truly end. The role of tombs in preserving the legacy of rulers was not exclusive to the great ancient civilizations of the East. In Mesoamerica, the Maya and Aztec civilizations also built elaborate tombs for their leaders. The Maya, in particular, believed that death was not the end of life but rather a journey to another realm. The tomb of Pacal the Great, one of the most famous rulers of the Maya city-state of Palenque, is a prime example of this belief. Pacal's tomb, found in the Temple of the Inscriptions, was filled with carvings that depict his journey through the underworld and his eventual transformation into a god. The tomb's elaborate design was meant to ensure that Pacal's soul would safely navigate the afterlife, where it would join the gods and continue to exert influence over the living world. Similarly, the tombs of the Aztec emperors, such as the great ruler Montezuma, were designed to reflect the emperor's divine connection to the gods and ensure that his legacy would endure beyond death. These tombs, whether in Egypt, Mesopotamia, China, or the Americas, reveal a common thread: the desire to preserve the power, legacy, and soul of the deceased. In each of these cultures, tombs were not just places of burial, they were sanctified spaces designed to ensure that the influence of the deceased continued long after their death. The treasures, artifacts, and architectural grandeur of these tombs were not just meant to honor the dead but to guarantee their immortality, protecting their spirits and their power in the afterlife. This shared belief in the continuation of life beyond death, whether through divine transformation, reincarnation, or eternal rule, provides a fascinating glimpse into the minds of ancient peoples, revealing just how deeply they understood the concept of death, and how determined they were to ensure that their legacies would live on, far beyond the limitations of the physical world. The tombs of ancient civilizations have long been a source of intrigue, not just for the treasures they contain, but for the secrets they hold about the cultures that built them. These burial sites offer a glimpse into the ancient world's most sacred beliefs, its complex social hierarchies, and the profound reverence people had for death and the afterlife. In exploring these tombs, we uncover not only the practices surrounding death but also the values that shaped entire civilizations. The intricate designs, the elaborate rituals, and the sacred offerings that accompany the dead reveal how deeply intertwined these ancient peoples were with the notion of the afterlife. These tombs were not just places to inter the dead, they were living symbols of power, legacy, and spiritual continuity, built to transcend time and secure a place for the deceased in a world beyond this one. When we think of the tombs of Egypt, the first image that often comes to mind is the imposing, perfect geometry of the pyramids. These structures, built for the pharaohs, were designed to ensure the continued rule of these divine figures even after their death. The pyramid itself was not merely a tomb but a cosmic symbol. The Egyptians believed that the pharaoh, as a god on earth, would ascend to the heavens after death, joining the gods in the afterlife to continue his reign. The pyramid's shape, a colossal point reaching towards the sky, was symbolic of the pharaoh's ascent into the divine. In this sense, the pyramid was both a tomb and a conduit, a place where the pharaoh would transition from the mortal realm to the realm of the gods. The idea that the pharaoh's power would continue beyond death is reflected in the grand scale of these tombs, which were filled with treasures, sacred texts, and symbolic objects designed to support the pharaoh on his journey into eternity. The tombs of Egypt were also built to protect the pharaoh from tomb robbers and would-be invaders. The walls of the pyramids were inscribed with curses, warnings to anyone who dared disturb the pharaoh's final resting place. This sense of divine protection speaks volumes about the importance of the tomb not just as a burial site but as a sacred space meant to preserve the pharaoh's legacy and ensure his soul's safe passage to the afterlife. The tombs were carefully sealed and hidden, making them difficult to access. The wealth contained within these tombs, from jewelry and statues to chariots and food offerings, was not meant for the dead but for their use in the next life. These treasures were essential for the pharaoh's journey, as the Egyptians believed that the soul would need these items to pass through the underworld and be reborn into the afterlife. In the Valley of the Kings, where the tombs of many of Egypt's greatest pharaohs were located, the tombs were intricately designed with chambers and passageways meant to protect the body and facilitate the soul's journey. The murals on the walls depicted scenes from the Book of the Dead, a collection of spells and incantations that would guide the deceased through the perilous journey to the afterlife. These texts were often placed in the tombs themselves, ensuring that the soul would have the tools it needed to navigate the challenges of the underworld and ultimately reach the divine. The entire process, from the preparation of the body to the placement of objects within the tomb, was part of an elaborate ritual designed to ensure that the soul would achieve immortality, continuing its journey in the realm of the gods. One of the most famous tombs in the Valley of the Kings is that of Tutankhamun, whose discovery in 1922 sparked global fascination. The tomb of the young pharaoh was not just an archaeological treasure trove but a time capsule that revealed much about the burial practices of ancient Egypt. Unlike many other royal tombs, which had been looted over the centuries, Tutankhamun's tomb remained largely untouched by tomb robbers. Inside, archaeologists found a wealth of treasures, including a solid gold funerary mask, statues, chariots, and even a game board, all designed to accompany the pharaoh into the afterlife. These artifacts were not simply symbols of wealth but tools for the king's passage through the underworld. The mask, for example, was meant to protect the king's face in the afterlife and ensure his recognition by the gods. Despite Tutankhamun's relatively short reign and his relatively modest status compared to some of the other pharaohs of Egypt, his tomb was one of the most elaborate ever discovered. It was filled with objects that revealed much about the Egyptians' beliefs surrounding death and the afterlife. The treasures found in the tomb, while extraordinary, were not just for the enjoyment of the dead king, they were part of a carefully orchestrated plan to ensure that the pharaoh would continue to rule in the afterlife, just as he had during his life. The tomb of Tutankhamun was, in a sense, a miniature reflection of the grander tombs of other pharaohs, designed to secure his eternal place among the gods. But Egypt was not the only civilization to construct elaborate tombs for their rulers. Across the ancient world, burial practices reflected a deep reverence for the deceased and a desire to ensure that the dead would not be forgotten. In Mesopotamia, for example, the tombs of the Sumerian kings were similarly filled with treasures and offerings. The royal tombs of Ur, excavated in the 1920s, revealed a wealth of artifacts, including jewelry, musical instruments, and weapons, all intended to accompany the king into the afterlife. Like the Egyptians, the Sumerians believed that the soul of the king needed protection and guidance in the next life. The inclusion of such valuable objects in the tomb reflected the belief that these items would ensure the king's continued power, even after death. In addition to these physical offerings, the Sumerians also believed in the concept of divine judgment. The afterlife was not a place of eternal rest, but rather a realm where the soul would be judged based on the deeds it had performed during its life. This belief in the judgment of the dead is reflected in the rich burial rituals of the Sumerians. In their tombs, we find evidence of human sacrifices, where attendants and servants were buried with the king to accompany him in the afterlife. These sacrifices were meant to ensure that the king's soul would be supported as it journeyed through the underworld. The elaborate rituals surrounding these tombs reveal much about the Sumerians' beliefs in the continuity of life after death and the importance of maintaining power and influence even after the body had passed away. Moving eastward, the tombs of ancient China reveal a similarly complex understanding of death and immortality. One of the most famous tombs in China is that of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China, who is perhaps best known for his vast army of terracotta soldiers. The emperor's tomb, located near the city of Xi'an, was designed to ensure that the emperor's reign would continue in the afterlife. The terracotta soldiers, each one unique and intricately crafted, were placed in the tomb to serve as guards, protecting the emperor as he passed through the afterlife. These soldiers were not merely symbolic representations of his army, they were real protectors meant to accompany the emperor on his journey to the afterlife. The sheer scale of Qin Shi Huang's tomb reflects the emperor's belief in the importance of power and legacy. Just as the Egyptians believed that the pharaoh's rule would transcend death, so too did the Qin emperor believe that his influence would continue even after his death. The terracotta army was not just a display of the emperor's military might, it was a representation of his belief that his rule would endure, both in life and in death. His tomb, with its vast army, symbolizes the emperor's connection to the divine and the continuing power of his reign, even in the afterlife. Similar beliefs about death and immortality are found in the tombs of the Maya and the Aztecs. In these civilizations, rulers were not just political leaders but also divine figures, with their tombs reflecting their status as intermediaries between the gods and the people. The tomb of Pakal the Great, one of the most famous Maya rulers, was built to reflect the ruler's journey to the afterlife. The tomb, located in the Temple of the Inscriptions at Palenque, is filled with intricate carvings that depict Pakal's descent into the underworld and his eventual ascent to the heavens. These carvings tell the story of the ruler's spiritual journey, illustrating the Maya belief in the cyclical nature of life, death, and rebirth. The Maya believed that death was not an end, but a transformation. The tombs of their rulers were built to facilitate this transformation, guiding the deceased ruler through the afterlife and ensuring their rebirth as an ancestor. The tombs were filled with offerings that were meant to help the ruler navigate the afterlife and maintain their connection to the living world. Like the Egyptians and Mesopotamians, the Maya believed that the dead could continue to exert influence on the living, and their tombs were designed to ensure that this influence would not be lost. Across these diverse ancient civilizations, the common thread that runs through the construction of royal tombs is the belief in the continuity of life after death. The tombs were not merely places for burial but were sacred spaces designed to ensure the power, legacy, and immortality of the deceased. Whether through the grandeur of the Egyptian pyramids, the treasures of the Sumerian kings, or the terracotta army of China, these tombs served as a powerful reminder of the belief that death was not an end, but a passage to another realm, one where the deceased could continue to influence the world of the living. These tombs, through their intricate designs, precious offerings, and spiritual significance, the mysteries surrounding ancient tombs often go beyond the tangible treasures they house. These burial sites, built with incredible ingenuity and care, speak to the deep spiritual beliefs and cultural practices of the civilizations that created them. While many of these tombs were designed to honor the dead and ensure their legacy, they were also meant to serve as symbols of power, continuity, and transcendence. The burial practices of ancient cultures often involved elaborate rituals, not only to safeguard the physical remains of the deceased but also to facilitate their journey into the afterlife. Tombs were places of transition, where the living world and the spiritual realm intersected. Within these sacred spaces, the deceased were provided with the tools, objects, and protections they needed to continue their existence beyond the physical world. In Egypt, tombs were built not only as final resting places but as gateways to the afterlife. The ancient Egyptians believed that life after death was a continuation of the life on earth, albeit in a different form. For the pharaohs, this journey into the afterlife was not merely symbolic but an essential part of their eternal rule. The tombs, particularly the pyramids, were designed to ensure the king's safe passage to the divine realm, where he would join the gods and continue to govern the living world. The design of these tombs, from their alignment with celestial bodies to the precision of their measurements, was meant to mirror the cosmic order. The pyramids were not just massive stone structures, they were spiritual machines that facilitated the ascent of the pharaoh's soul into the heavens. The vast burial chambers, lined with precious materials, held offerings and artifacts that would accompany the deceased ruler in the afterlife. The treasures, including gold, statues, and daily-use objects, were believed to be necessary for the pharaoh to maintain his divine status in the next life. The art and inscriptions found in Egyptian tombs were equally important. They were not mere decorations, they were sacred texts that guided the deceased through the underworld. The Book of the Dead, a collection of spells and prayers, was often placed within the tomb to help the soul navigate the challenges of the afterlife. These texts served as a guide, ensuring that the deceased would encounter no obstacles and would ultimately reach the divine afterlife, where they could be reborn. The tombs were not just physical spaces, they were spiritual sanctuaries designed to protect the soul from harm and facilitate its transformation. The body, carefully mummified, was believed to be a vessel that the soul would return to. Thus, the tomb served as both a home for the deceased and a bridge between the living and the spiritual worlds. Yet, even in the afterlife, the influence of the king did not end. The tomb itself was a statement of power, a symbol of the ruler's eternal connection to the gods. This was particularly evident in the tomb of King Tutankhamun, whose discovery in 1922 shocked the world. Although Tutankhamun was not one of Egypt's greatest pharaohs, his tomb became one of the most famous due to its extraordinary wealth and preservation. Unlike many royal tombs, which had been looted centuries ago, Tutankhamun's tomb remained largely intact, offering a rare glimpse into the burial practices of the New Kingdom period. Inside the tomb, archaeologists uncovered an astonishing array of artifacts, including the famous Golden Death Mask, chariots, jewelry, and numerous other treasures. These objects were not just symbols of wealth but were essential for Tutankhamun's passage into the afterlife. The treasures served as a means of ensuring that the young pharaoh would not be forgotten and that his legacy would live on. The lavishness of the tomb also reflected the importance of maintaining the ruler's power, even in death. The importance of death and the afterlife in ancient Egypt can also be seen in the practice of mummification. The Egyptians believed that preserving the body was crucial for the soul's journey. They viewed the body as a vessel for the soul, and the act of embalming was seen as a necessary step in preserving that vessel. The process of mummification, which involved the removal of internal organs and the wrapping of the body in linen, was both an art and a science. The Egyptians believed that without this preservation, the soul would be lost and unable to continue its existence in the afterlife. The tomb, therefore, was a sanctuary that ensured not only the physical protection of the body but also the spiritual continuity of the individual. The pyramids and tombs of Egypt were not the only ones designed with such religious and spiritual intent. In Mesopotamia, tombs served a similar function, albeit with some differences in design and philosophy. In the ancient Sumerian city of Ur, for example, the royal tombs uncovered in the 1920s revealed a wealth of artifacts, including jewelry, musical instruments, and weapons. These items were not just markers of wealth but served a deeper purpose. Like the Egyptians, the Sumerians believed that the dead needed certain objects to help them transition into the afterlife. The tombs of Ur also revealed that human sacrifices were often made to accompany the ruler into the next life. These sacrifices, performed to serve the king in the afterlife, reflected the Sumerians' belief in the ruler's divine connection to the gods. Just as in Egypt, where the king's continued influence was paramount, the Sumerians believed that the ruler's power should not be lost upon death. Interestingly, the Sumerian concept of the afterlife was different from that of the Egyptians. While the Egyptians viewed the afterlife as a continuation of life, the Sumerians saw it as a more shadowy existence. The deceased were believed to enter a dark, dreary underworld, where they lived in a kind of half-life, existing in shadow without much power. This understanding of the afterlife is reflected in the more somber nature of Sumerian tombs, which were filled with sacrifices and offerings intended to protect the soul during its journey, but not necessarily to ensure it ascended to divine glory. The Sumerians believed that the king's soul would continue to serve as an intermediary between the gods and the living, but the afterlife itself was not viewed as a reward but rather as a necessary transition. Further east, the tombs of ancient China, particularly those of the Qin dynasty, reflect a similar desire for immortality and the continuation of power. The tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of a unified China, is one of the most famous in the world, particularly because of the terracotta army that surrounds it. This vast army of clay soldiers, horses, and chariots was not simply a display of the emperor's military might but was meant to accompany him into the afterlife, ensuring that his reign would continue even after death. The belief in the emperor's divine status is reflected in the grandeur of his tomb. The emperor was considered to be the son of heaven, a god on earth, and his tomb was designed to maintain his cosmic role. The terracotta soldiers were believed to serve as guardians, protecting the emperor in the afterlife and ensuring that his rule continued in the spiritual realm. The tomb of Qin Shi Huang, like the tombs of the pharaohs, was a microcosm of the emperor's world, designed to reflect his power, divinity, and the continuity of his reign. The inclusion of the terracotta army highlights the belief that the emperor's influence did not end with death but was eternal. This concept of death as a continuation of life, in which the dead continue to exert power and influence over the living, was shared by many ancient cultures. Just as the Egyptians believed that the soul could influence the world through the tomb, the Chinese believed that the emperor's reign could persist in the afterlife, ensuring his continued influence over his empire. In the Americas, particularly in the ancient civilizations of the Maya and the Inca, tombs served similar functions, albeit with distinct cultural differences. The Maya believed that death was a transformation, a passage into another realm. The tomb of Pakal the Great, one of the most renowned Maya rulers, is a striking example of this belief. Located in the Temple of the Inscriptions at Palenque, Pakal's tomb is filled with intricate carvings that depict his journey through the underworld and his eventual ascension to the heavens. This symbolic representation of death as a transformative journey reflects the Maya understanding of the cyclical nature of life, death, and rebirth. The tomb was not just a burial site but a spiritual space where the ruler's soul would undergo a transformation, ensuring that his legacy would continue. Similarly, the Inca, who saw their emperors as divine beings, built elaborate tombs for their rulers to ensure that their power would persist in the afterlife. The Inca emperors, believed to be direct descendants of the sun god, were interred with immense care and reverence. Their tombs, often constructed within sacred mountains or hidden beneath intricate stone structures, were designed to reflect their divine status and the belief that their reign would continue even after death. The wealth and treasures buried with these rulers were not just for their personal use but were meant to maintain their divine connection and ensure their continued influence in the afterlife. The tombs of these ancient cultures reveal a common thread, the desire for immortality and the belief that death was not the end but a continuation of life. Whether through the grandeur of Egyptian pyramids, the wealth of Sumerian tombs, or the spiritual power of the Chinese emperor's tomb, these burial sites were designed to honor the deceased while ensuring their continued influence over the living world. These tombs, built with painstaking effort and immense resources, were not just places of burial but sacred spaces that connected the mortal and the divine, the living and the dead. Through them, the ancient civilizations of the world sought to transcend death itself, ensuring that their rulers' power would endure beyond the physical realm and continue the construction of monumental tombs across various ancient civilizations not only reveals the importance placed on the afterlife but also sheds light on the complex belief systems, political structures, and technological advancements of these societies. These tombs were not mere resting places for the deceased, they were carefully constructed sanctuaries designed to preserve the soul and maintain the power of the deceased ruler in the afterlife. The ancient people who built these tombs viewed death not as an end but as a transition to another realm, and as such, the tomb was meant to be a bridge between the mortal world and the divine. The desire for immortality and the belief in the continuity of the ruler's power were paramount, and the tombs reflected these beliefs through their architecture, the rituals associated with them, and the objects buried within them. One of the most fascinating aspects of these ancient tombs is the way in which they often mirror the cosmology and religious beliefs of the cultures that built them. The tombs of Egypt, for example, were designed with celestial alignment in mind. The pyramids, especially those of Giza, were constructed with remarkable precision, with their faces aligned to the cardinal points of the compass and their angles closely mimicking the angles of the stars. This alignment was believed to facilitate the pharaoh's journey into the afterlife, ensuring that his soul would be able to ascend to the heavens and join the gods. The pyramids were not just symbolic representations of the king's divine connection but were also part of a larger cosmic plan. They were built to harness the power of the stars and the sun, which the Egyptians believed played a crucial role in the afterlife. The tombs were designed to reflect the cosmic order and ensure that the ruler's soul would be able to navigate the underworld and achieve immortality. The tomb of Tutankhamun is a prime example of how these beliefs were reflected in the construction and contents of the tomb. Although Tutankhamun was a relatively minor pharaoh, the discovery of his tomb in 1922 revealed a wealth of knowledge about Egyptian burial practices. The tomb contained an astonishing array of treasures, including a solid gold death mask, statues, chariots, jewelry, and weapons, all of which were meant to accompany the young pharaoh into the afterlife. These objects were not simply items of personal luxury, they were believed to have spiritual significance, providing the king with the tools he would need to navigate the challenges of the afterlife. The golden mask, for example, was intended to protect the pharaoh's face and ensure that his soul would be recognized by the gods. The tomb of Tutankhamun also reflected the Egyptians' belief in the importance of ensuring that the ruler's power and legacy would continue after death. The wealth and grandeur of the tomb were not just for the personal benefit of the pharaoh, they were meant to ensure that his influence would continue in the afterlife. The treasures found within the tomb were not simply for the enjoyment of the deceased but were meant to provide for the king's spiritual needs, ensuring his rebirth and continued rule in the afterlife. The tomb was a place of transformation, where the young pharaoh could shed his mortal identity and take on a new divine form, continuing his reign from beyond the grave. The practice of placing objects in tombs was not unique to Egypt. In Mesopotamia, for example, the royal tombs of Ur were similarly filled with treasures, weapons, and ceremonial objects. These tombs, uncovered in the 1920s, revealed a wealth of artifacts, including jewelry, musical instruments, and even chariots. The Sumerians, like the Egyptians, believed that the ruler's soul would require these objects to aid in its passage to the afterlife. The Sumerians also practiced human sacrifice, with attendants and servants often buried alongside the king to accompany him into the next world. These sacrifices were believed to ensure that the king would have the support he needed in the afterlife, allowing him to maintain his power and influence in the divine realm. The Sumerian belief in the afterlife was different from that of the Egyptians in one key respect. While the Egyptians saw the afterlife as a continuation of life, the Sumerians viewed it as a more somber existence. The Sumerian underworld was not a place of rebirth or divine transformation but rather a shadowy, bleak realm where the dead were believed to live in darkness, without the joys or luxuries of the living world. However, even in this bleak underworld, the Sumerians believed that the king's soul would retain its power and influence, albeit in a more limited form. The objects placed in the tomb, including weapons, jewelry, and sacrificial offerings, were meant to provide for the king's soul and ensure that he would continue to exert influence over the living world. In addition to the physical treasures found in the tombs, ancient cultures often included spiritual or symbolic elements that were intended to guide the soul through the afterlife. In Egypt, the Book of the Dead was often placed in the tomb, containing spells and prayers that would help the deceased navigate the perilous journey through the underworld. The Book of the Dead was not merely a religious text, it was a practical guide that provided the soul with the tools it needed to overcome obstacles and achieve immortality. These texts, along with the art and inscriptions on the walls of the tomb, were intended to serve as both protection and instruction for the soul, ensuring that it would be able to pass through the various trials of the afterlife and reach the divine. In China, the tombs of the Qin dynasty reflect a similar belief in the continuity of the ruler's power beyond death. The tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of a unified China, is perhaps the most famous example of this. The emperor's tomb, located near the city of Xi'an, is best known for the terracotta army that surrounds it. Thousands of life-size terracotta soldiers, each one uniquely crafted, were placed in the tomb to serve as protectors for the emperor in the afterlife. These soldiers were not merely symbolic representations of his army, they were intended to serve as real protectors, ensuring that the emperor's rule would continue even after his death. The emperor's tomb also contained a wealth of treasures, including weapons, chariots, and ceremonial objects, all of which were meant to accompany him on his journey into the afterlife. The inclusion of the terracotta soldiers in the tomb speaks to the emperor's belief that his reign would continue in the afterlife. The emperor was viewed as a divine figure, and his tomb was designed to reflect his divine status and ensure that his power would transcend death. Just as the Egyptian pharaohs believed that their power would continue after death, so too did the Chinese emperors. The terracotta army, in this sense, was a manifestation of the emperor's belief in his eternal rule. The tomb was not just a final resting place, it was a sacred space designed to maintain the emperor's power, even in death. In the Americas, the Maya and Aztec civilizations also constructed elaborate tombs for their rulers, reflecting similar beliefs in the continuity of life and power beyond death. The tomb of Pacal the Great, one of the most famous Maya rulers, is an excellent example of this belief. Pacal's tomb, located in the Temple of the Inscriptions at Palenque, is filled with intricate carvings that depict his journey through the underworld and his eventual ascension to the heavens. The tomb is not just a burial site, it is a spiritual space, designed to facilitate the ruler's transformation and ensure his continued influence in the afterlife. The Maya believed that death was not the end of life but rather a transition to another realm, and the tomb was meant to serve as a portal for this transformation. Similarly, the tombs of the Aztec emperors were designed to reflect their divine status and ensure that their power would continue in the afterlife. The Aztecs believed that the emperor was a direct descendant of the sun god, and as such, his tomb was a sacred space that ensured his continued connection to the divine. The emperor's tomb would often be filled with treasures and offerings, including gold, precious stones, and ceremonial objects. These offerings were meant to ensure the emperor's safe passage to the afterlife and to maintain his power in the divine realm. The belief in the continuity of the ruler's power was central to the Aztec view of death, and the tomb was a place where that power could be preserved. Across these different civilizations, the common thread that runs through the construction of royal tombs is the belief that death was not an end but a continuation of life. The tombs were designed to honor the deceased, but more importantly, they were designed to ensure the ruler's legacy and power would endure long after death. Whether through the precision of the Egyptian pyramids, the spiritual transformation in the Maya tombs, or the protective terracotta army of China, these tombs were not just burial sites, they were sacred spaces designed to maintain the continuity of life, power, and influence. The dead were not simply laid to rest, they were carefully prepared for their journey to the afterlife, where their power and influence would continue to shape the world of the living. These tombs, constructed with immense effort and resources, reflect the ancient belief in immortality and the desire to ensure that the ruler's influence would never truly fade. The tomb was a portal to eternity, a place where the ruler's legacy would live on, transcending death itself. The quest for understanding ancient tombs is often a journey that transcends archaeological discovery. These burial sites are not merely physical structures, they are profound windows into the spiritual, social, and political fabric of ancient civilizations. Whether the tomb of a pharaoh, a Sumerian king, or a Chinese emperor, these burial places were meant to do more than just house the deceased. They were constructed as eternal homes, meant to preserve the identity, power, and divine connection of the ruler or important figure within them. The importance of tombs, especially royal tombs, lies not only in their contents, which are often stunningly rich, but in the extraordinary measures taken to ensure that the power and prestige of the deceased would continue in the afterlife. In ancient Egypt, the grandeur and sophistication of the tombs left behind by the pharaohs speak volumes about the civilization's obsession with immortality. Egyptian tombs were meticulously designed and aligned to the stars, with grand pyramids, elaborate burial chambers, and priceless treasures intended to accompany the deceased ruler into the next life. The construction of the pyramids themselves was a marvel of engineering and was meant to serve not just as a tomb but as a cosmic gateway to the divine. The pyramids of Giza, particularly the Great Pyramid, are perhaps the most iconic of these structures. Built to ensure that the pharaoh's soul could ascend to the heavens, these pyramids were more than just burial sites, they were sacred spaces designed to help the deceased achieve immortality. The pyramid was also a powerful symbol of the divine rule of the pharaoh, and the very shape of the structure held spiritual significance. The pyramid's point, reaching towards the heavens, represented the pharaoh's divine connection to the gods and his ascent to the afterlife. The Egyptians believed that the pharaoh was not merely a human ruler but the embodiment of a god on earth, and so his tomb had to reflect that divine nature. The complex internal architecture of these tombs, corridors, false doors, and hidden chambers, served not only to protect the body from tomb robbers but also to protect the pharaoh's soul on its journey to the afterlife. Inside the tomb, a wealth of artifacts was typically buried to serve the deceased in the afterlife. These included offerings of food, drink, jewelry, and tools, all of which were believed to be necessary for the ruler to survive and thrive in the next world. The elaborate and intricate artwork found in these tombs, including frescoes and carvings, depicted scenes of the pharaoh's life and his journey to the afterlife, further illustrating the Egyptian belief in death as a transition rather than an end. In particular, the Book of the Dead, a collection of spells and prayers, was often placed in the tomb to guide the soul through the various trials of the underworld. It was believed that the soul would need these texts to avoid danger and to successfully navigate the perilous journey to the afterlife. The Egyptians understood the afterlife as a continuation of their earthly existence, but in a different, more divine form. One of the most remarkable discoveries of the 20th century, the tomb of Tutankhamun, brought to light not only incredible treasures but also gave insight into the burial practices of ancient Egypt. Despite Tutankhamun's relatively brief and uneventful reign, his tomb was filled with extraordinary riches that have captivated the imaginations of historians and archaeologists alike. The discovery of the tomb in 1922 by Howard Carter provided the world with an almost unprecedented view into the burial customs of the New Kingdom period. Inside the tomb, Carter found a dazzling array of gold, including Tutankhamun's iconic golden mask, which became one of the most recognized symbols of ancient Egypt. The tomb of Tutankhamun also revealed that Egyptian burial practices were far more complex than previously understood. Though he was a relatively minor pharaoh, the treasures buried with him indicated that his royal lineage and divine status were still very much considered paramount, even after death. The presence of chariots, statues, jewelry, and a collection of everyday objects in his tomb suggested that the Egyptians believed in the continuity of life and that the deceased king would need these items in the afterlife. These objects were not meant for personal enjoyment but were functional items intended to assist Tutankhamun on his spiritual journey. His tomb was also marked by a level of preservation and attention to detail rarely seen in other tombs, which had often been looted long before modern archaeologists discovered them. While the tomb of Tutankhamun is one of the most famous and well-preserved royal tombs, it represents just one aspect of Egypt's extensive burial culture. The Valley of the Kings, located on the west bank of the Nile, is the final resting place of many of Egypt's greatest pharaohs. The tombs in this area, including those of Ramses II, Thutmose III, and Seti I, were built with meticulous care and extraordinary precision, each designed to be a secure sanctuary for the pharaoh's body and soul. The walls of these tombs were decorated with elaborate frescoes, depicting scenes from the pharaoh's life, as well as illustrations of gods and divine beings, providing a vivid portrayal of the deceased pharaoh's divine journey into the afterlife. In these tombs, the artwork was not merely decorative, it served a functional and spiritual purpose. The frescoes and carvings on the walls depicted the trials the pharaoh would face in the afterlife and the spells that would help him overcome them. The texts inscribed in the tombs were often drawn from the Book of the Dead, but there were also other sacred texts and spells specifically tailored to each individual pharaoh. These inscriptions served as a guide for the deceased ruler, ensuring that they would not be lost in the afterlife and would continue to enjoy the benefits of divine protection. The tombs of the Valley of the Kings were truly more than just burial sites, they were spiritual sanctuaries designed to help the pharaoh secure his place among the gods. The idea of death as a transition to another world was not limited to Egypt. Across the ancient world, burial practices varied, but they all shared a common belief in the importance of the afterlife. In Mesopotamia, the Sumerians constructed elaborate tombs for their kings, much like the Egyptians, although their understanding of the afterlife differed. Sumerian kings were buried with a wealth of objects, treasures, ceremonial tools, and jewelry, much like their Egyptian counterparts, but the Sumerians believed that the afterlife was a shadowy realm, a place of darkness and misery. For the Sumerians, the soul's journey through the afterlife was fraught with difficulty, and the offerings buried with the king were meant to aid him in navigating this treacherous journey. The tombs at Ur, for example, revealed not only the material wealth of the Sumerian kings but also the human sacrifices made to accompany the ruler into the afterlife. In these tombs, attendants and servants were often buried alive, meant to serve the king in the next life. This practice was not seen as barbaric but rather as an essential part of ensuring that the ruler's soul was protected and supported in the afterlife. It was believed that the king's continued rule, even after death, was essential for maintaining the balance of the universe. The grave goods and sacrifices in these tombs reflected the Sumerians' belief in the divine nature of the ruler and his connection to the gods. In China, the tombs of the Qin dynasty offer a fascinating glimpse into the belief systems surrounding death and immortality. The most famous of these tombs is that of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China. His tomb is famous not just for its size and opulence but for the incredible terracotta army that surrounds it. These life-sized clay soldiers, thousands of them, were placed in the tomb to protect the emperor in the afterlife. The terracotta army was not simply a symbolic representation of the emperor's military might, it was meant to ensure that the emperor's power would endure even after death. The emperor was viewed as a divine figure, and his tomb was designed to reflect that divine nature. The terracotta soldiers were part of a larger complex, including chariots and other objects, all of which were meant to accompany the emperor and provide for his needs in the afterlife. The emperor's tomb, like the pyramids of Egypt, was built to ensure the continuity of his power and legacy. The presence of the terracotta army was not just an artistic or ceremonial feature, it was a spiritual safeguard. These soldiers, made of clay and positioned strategically around the emperor's tomb, were meant to protect him from any danger or threats that might arise in the afterlife. Just as the Egyptians believed that the pharaoh's soul needed protection from tomb robbers and spirits, the Chinese emperor's soul was likewise guarded by these terracotta protectors, ensuring that his divine rule would continue indefinitely. In the Americas, the tombs of the Maya and the Aztecs reveal similar beliefs in the afterlife. These civilizations viewed death as a transformation, not an end. The tombs of the Maya, such as that of Pacal the Great, reflected their belief in a cyclical universe, where death and rebirth were part of an ongoing cosmic cycle. Pacal's tomb, located in the Temple of the Inscriptions at Palenque, is adorned with intricate carvings that depict the ruler's descent into the underworld and his subsequent rise to the heavens. The Maya believed that the king's journey through the underworld was a necessary passage, and the tomb was built to guide him through this process, ensuring his eventual rebirth. For the Aztecs, the tombs of the emperors were designed to reflect their divine connection to the gods. These tombs, often filled with precious objects, gold, and ceremonial tools, were meant to ensure the emperors. The discovery of ancient tombs has long been a source of fascination and intrigue for archaeologists and historians alike. These burial sites, often hidden deep within the earth or concealed behind elaborate structures, offer a unique glimpse into the beliefs, customs, and practices of ancient civilizations. More than just final resting places, these tombs were designed to serve as gateways to the afterlife, where the deceased would continue their journey in a realm beyond the mortal world. But what often makes these tombs particularly captivating are the secrets they hold, mysterious objects, unexplained artifacts, and, occasionally, unsettling discoveries that challenge our understanding of ancient societies. One of the most significant aspects of tomb discoveries is the wealth of material culture that they often contain. For ancient rulers, the tomb was not simply a place of burial, it was an extension of their status, power, and influence. The treasures found in these tombs reflect the importance of the individual in their society, whether they were pharaohs, kings, emperors, or high-ranking officials. These objects, ranging from gold artifacts to intricate pottery, weapons, and even chariots, were meant to accompany the deceased on their journey to the afterlife. But these offerings were not just for the benefit of the dead, they were also meant to ensure that the deceased's influence continued in the spiritual realm. The tomb became a stage for the continuation of the ruler's legacy, providing them with the means to maintain their authority in a world beyond the grave. The tomb of Tutankhamun, discovered by Howard Carter in 1922, is perhaps the most famous example of a burial site filled with extraordinary wealth. While Tutankhamun was a relatively minor pharaoh who ruled Egypt for a short period, the discovery of his tomb revealed a wealth of treasures that captivated the world. Gold artifacts, jewelry, furniture, weapons, and even an extensive collection of chariots were found within the tomb, providing a vivid picture of the opulence and grandeur that was associated with the royal court. These objects were not simply luxurious items, they were functional items meant to assist the pharaoh in the afterlife. The gold death mask, perhaps the most iconic artifact found in the tomb, was not just a work of art, it was a symbol of the pharaoh's divine status, designed to protect his soul and ensure his recognition by the gods. The discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb was not just a momentous archaeological find, it was also a turning point in our understanding of ancient Egyptian burial practices. For centuries, Egyptologists had been working to decipher the meanings behind the elaborate tombs of pharaohs, but Tutankhamun's tomb provided a much-needed snapshot of the practices during a time when much of Egypt's royal tombs had been looted or destroyed. The tomb's relatively intact condition, compared to other royal tombs that had been ravaged by grave robbers, allowed archaeologists to uncover many unique and unexpected items. Among the most surprising finds were items that indicated a more personal side of the pharaoh, such as games, perfumes, and clothing. These objects were not only representative of his wealth but also gave insight into the lifestyle and personality of the young ruler. The tomb of Tutankhamun also revealed the Egyptians' intricate belief in the afterlife and their understanding of death as a continuation of life. The burial chamber contained not only material wealth but also sacred texts, including the Book of the Dead, a collection of prayers, spells, and incantations meant to guide the deceased through the perilous journey to the afterlife. These texts were carefully chosen to ensure that the pharaoh would have the protection needed to traverse the underworld, where he would face numerous trials and challenges before being judged by Osiris, the god of the dead. It is clear from the contents of the tomb that the Egyptians believed death was not an end but a passage into a new form of existence, and the tomb itself was constructed as a sanctuary that provided the means for that transition. But not all tombs, even those of powerful rulers, have yielded treasures as spectacular as those found in Tutankhamun's tomb. In fact, many of the most significant tomb discoveries have involved burial sites that were far more humble, yet equally mysterious. Take, for example, the tombs of the Maya civilization, which were often hidden within temples or beneath the earth. These tombs, such as that of the Maya king Pakal the Great, discovered in the Temple of the Inscriptions at Palenque, have provided archaeologists with stunning insights into the culture, religion, and political structure of the Maya civilization. Pakal's tomb, which dates back to the 7th century, was filled with a wealth of artifacts, including jade jewelry, ceramic vessels, and intricately carved stone panels that depicted scenes of the king's life and afterlife journey. The tomb of Pakal the Great is particularly notable for its stunning architecture and artwork. The tomb is located deep within the temple, accessed through a narrow shaft that leads to an intricate burial chamber. The tomb was adorned with elaborate carvings that illustrated Pakal's journey to the afterlife and his ascension to the heavens. These carvings, along with the sacred objects found within the tomb, demonstrate the Maya belief in the cyclical nature of life, death, and rebirth. For the Maya, the afterlife was not an end but a continuation of the king's divine role. Pakal's tomb was constructed to ensure that he would continue to govern even after death, joining the gods in the celestial realm. Similarly, the tombs of the Inca civilization reveal much about the spiritual beliefs of this ancient culture. The Incas believed that their rulers, the Sapa Inca, were divine beings descended from the sun god, Inti. As such, the tombs of the Inca emperors were constructed as elaborate, sacred spaces that reflected their divine status and ensured their continued power after death. One of the most famous tombs is that of Emperor Pachacuti, the 9th Sapa Inca, who is often credited with transforming the Inca Empire into one of the largest and most powerful in the Americas. His tomb, located at the archaeological site of Machu Picchu, was designed to maintain his divine connection to the gods, ensuring that his power would endure even after his death. Inca tombs were often built within sacred mountains or caves, reflecting the Incas' reverence for the natural world and their belief in the connection between the earth, the gods, and the rulers. The tombs were filled with offerings to the gods, including gold, silver, and ceremonial objects, as well as objects meant to assist the deceased ruler in the afterlife. The Incas, like the Egyptians, believed that death was not the end of life but a transition to a new spiritual realm, where the ruler's influence would continue to be felt. While these discoveries offer tantalizing insights into the practices of ancient civilizations, they also raise a number of questions that have yet to be fully answered. For example, many tombs, including those of the Egyptian pharaohs and the Maya rulers, have revealed evidence of elaborate rituals and religious beliefs that were central to their societies, but the exact meanings of many of these rituals remain elusive. The items found in these tombs, from the weapons and gold in the Egyptian tombs to the jade and ceremonial objects in the Maya tombs, offer a glimpse into the material culture of these ancient civilizations, but they also point to a deeper spiritual and philosophical framework that we are only beginning to understand. One of the most enduring mysteries surrounding ancient tombs is the role of the tomb itself. What was the true purpose of these monumental structures? Were they meant purely to serve as final resting places, or were they also designed as instruments of spiritual power and political control? The fact that so many of these tombs were constructed with such precision, often involving massive labor forces and vast resources, suggests that they were not merely burial sites but centers of power, both in life and in death. The tombs were designed to maintain the power of the ruler, ensuring that their legacy would endure long after their physical death. They were, in a sense, a means of asserting authority and maintaining control over the afterlife, ensuring that the ruler's divine power would continue to influence the living world. In many cases, the tombs themselves were as much a statement of power as the contents within them. The sheer size and scale of the Egyptian pyramids, for example, were meant to reflect the godlike status of the pharaohs. Similarly, the terracotta army surrounding the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China, was intended not just as a protective measure but as a symbol of the emperor's eternal rule. The tombs of the Inca and Maya rulers, though different in form, served a similar function. They were designed to ensure the ruler's continued influence and power in the afterlife. While many of these tombs were looted or destroyed over time, the treasures that remain offer an invaluable glimpse into the beliefs, customs, and values of ancient societies. The discovery of these tombs, often by accident or through diligent archaeological work, continues to reveal new insights into the ways in which ancient civilizations viewed death, power, and the afterlife. Each tomb is a time capsule, a moment frozen in history that offers us a window into the lives and beliefs of those who came before us. Whether it is the gold mask of Tutankhamun, the jade jewelry of Pakal, or the terracotta warriors of Qin Shi Huang, these discoveries continue to captivate our imaginations and challenge our understanding of the ancient world. As we continue to uncover and study these tombs, we are not just learning about the past, we are also gaining a deeper understanding of the ways in which death, power, and legacy were intertwined in ancient societies. These tombs were not simply places of burial, they were sacred spaces designed to ensure that the ruler's influence would continue. Even the search for ancient tombs is not simply a matter of uncovering relics or treasures, it's a pursuit that often unearths deep mysteries, cultural insights, and profound questions about the civilizations that created them. As archaeologists venture into the earth, they find themselves not only looking at physical objects but also attempting to understand the belief systems, societal structures, and philosophies of people who lived thousands of years ago. These tombs, constructed with immense effort and often in remote locations, were designed not just as burial places but as enduring symbols of a ruler's legacy, divine connection, and societal power. The contents of these tombs, from the artifacts to the burial practices, provide a window into the spiritual and cultural values of ancient civilizations. One of the most compelling aspects of ancient tombs is how they reveal the worldview of their creators. In many cultures, tombs were designed to ensure that the deceased would be able to continue their journey into the afterlife. This belief in an afterlife was not limited to Egyptian pharaohs or Chinese emperors but was widespread across various cultures, each with its own understanding of life, death, and the cosmos. The idea that the deceased would need provisions, protection, and a secure place to rest, often with a promise of immortality, is a common theme that unites the tombs across different civilizations. Take, for example, the tombs of the ancient Egyptians. These tombs were not just a place for the body, they were a means of preserving the soul's journey into the afterlife. Pharaohs, as gods on earth, were thought to continue their reign after death, and their tombs were constructed as elaborate and permanent homes that would protect them from the dangers of the afterlife. The pyramids, with their exact alignments to the stars and cardinal directions, were built to facilitate the pharaoh's soul's ascent to the heavens. The tomb was a sacred site, designed to not only hold the deceased's body but to ensure the continued existence of their divine power. The contents of these tombs often included provisions for the pharaoh's journey, including food, clothing, and symbolic items that represented aspects of life. The more material wealth found in the tomb, such as gold, jewels, and intricate tools, was meant to accompany the pharaoh to the afterlife, ensuring that they would be well equipped to rule in the realm of the dead. These treasures were not simply luxuries, they held profound significance in the belief system of the Egyptians. The gold, for example, was seen as a representation of the eternal, and thus, was thought to grant immortality to the soul. In addition to these material objects, tombs like those of the Egyptian pharaohs often included extensive texts, such as the Book of the Dead, that served as spiritual guides for the deceased. These texts were filled with spells and prayers to ensure that the pharaoh could overcome the many obstacles they would face in the afterlife. It was believed that the soul would need help navigating the treacherous underworld, facing trials and judgments before reaching the afterlife. The walls of the tombs themselves were often covered in inscriptions, which were not only decorative but functional, offering guidance, protection, and assurance to the deceased ruler. However, the tombs of Egypt were not the only ones to reflect such complex beliefs. Across the world, we see similar themes of immortality, divine rule, and the afterlife in the tombs of ancient cultures. In Mesopotamia, the Sumerian tombs reveal a more somber view of the afterlife, where the soul of the ruler was believed to face a more shadowy and grim existence. Yet, like the Egyptians, the Sumerians placed objects of great value into their tombs to ensure the ruler's continued power and protection in the afterlife. The famous royal tombs of Ur, for instance, uncovered in the 1920s, yielded a wealth of artifacts, including gold jewelry, musical instruments, and chariots. These items, along with human sacrifices, were intended to accompany the deceased king into the underworld, where he would maintain his influence in the afterlife. The practice of human sacrifice in Sumerian tombs is particularly striking. Unlike the Egyptians, who placed provisions for the pharaoh's soul, the Sumerians believed that attendants, servants, and even soldiers needed to accompany the king in death to ensure his power continued. These individuals were buried with the king to serve him in the afterlife, often being buried alive in a gruesome ritual. While this may seem barbaric to modern sensibilities, it was a deeply held belief that the king's journey would be incomplete without their service. These human sacrifices were seen as essential for maintaining the divine status of the king, ensuring his safe passage and continued rule after death. In China, the tombs of the Qin dynasty offer a fascinating contrast to those of Egypt and Mesopotamia. While the Chinese emperors did not rely on human sacrifice to the same extent as the Sumerians, they did believe in the continuation of their power after death. The tomb of Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China, is one of the most spectacular examples of this. The emperor's tomb, located near the city of Xi'an, is renowned for its terracotta army, which was buried with him to protect him in the afterlife. These life-sized clay soldiers, each with a unique face and posture, were meant to serve as the emperor's protectors, ensuring that his divine rule would continue even in death. Unlike the Egyptians, who believed in a spiritual afterlife that required the pharaoh's soul to be preserved and protected, the Chinese emperor was seen as a living god whose power was everlasting. The terracotta army was not just symbolic, it was a manifestation of the emperor's power, ensuring that his authority would transcend the mortal world. The sheer scale of the tomb and the labor that went into creating the terracotta army reveal the immense effort that went into securing the emperor's legacy. It was not just the emperor's soul that needed protection, his entire imperial order was to be preserved, and the tomb was the means by which this could happen. In the Americas, the Maya and Aztec tombs similarly reflect a deep belief in the continuity of power and the divine nature of the ruler. The tomb of Pacal the Great, a Maya ruler from Palenque, Mexico, provides valuable insights into the spiritual and political significance of tombs in the Americas. Pacal's tomb, located in the Temple of the Inscriptions, is filled with stunning artifacts, including jade jewelry, ceramics, and intricately carved stone panels. These items are not just valuable treasures, they represent aspects of the king's life, his connection to the gods, and his journey to the afterlife. For the Maya, the afterlife was not a simple continuation of life, it was a journey that involved overcoming challenges and passing through different realms. The tomb of Pacal the Great is decorated with scenes that depict his descent into the underworld and his ascension to the heavens. These images illustrate the Maya belief in the cyclical nature of life, death, and rebirth. Pacal's tomb, like those of the pharaohs, was constructed to ensure that the ruler's divine status would persist beyond death, and the offerings placed within it were meant to assist him in his spiritual journey. Similarly, the Aztec emperors were buried with great care, with the belief that their power would continue after death. The Aztecs believed that their rulers were directly descended from the sun god, and their tombs were designed to reflect their divine nature. The tombs of Aztec emperors were often filled with gold, precious stones, and ceremonial objects, all of which were meant to ensure the ruler's safe passage to the afterlife and to maintain their influence in the spiritual realm. The Aztecs believed that death was not an end but a transition, and the tomb was the gateway through which the emperor would continue to exert divine power. Across these different civilizations, the common thread that runs through the construction of royal tombs is the belief in the continuity of life and power beyond death. Whether through the elaborate funerary rites of Egypt, the human sacrifices of Mesopotamia, or the terracotta army of China, these tombs reflect a deep-seated belief that the ruler's divine status and power were not limited to their mortal lives. The tombs served as eternal homes for the rulers, preserving their legacy and ensuring their continued influence, even in the afterlife. The contents of these tombs, treasures, artifacts, and sometimes even human sacrifices, were not merely symbols of wealth or prestige. They were spiritual tools meant to ensure the ruler's successful transition to the afterlife and to guarantee their continued rule in the spiritual realm. The grand tombs of Egypt, the human sacrifices in Sumer, the terracotta warriors of China, and the elaborate burial sites of the Maya and Aztec all reveal a shared belief in the immortality of the ruler's power and the sanctity of the afterlife. These tombs continue to captivate the modern imagination, offering us a glimpse into the ancient mindsets that shaped the world's greatest civilizations. Through the careful examination of these burial sites, we can begin to understand the profound beliefs that drove these ancient cultures to create such monumental structures. As archaeologists uncover more tombs and treasures, they offer us not only physical remnants of the past but also a window into the enduring human desire for immortality and the belief in the divine nature of the ruler. These tombs remind us that, even in death, rulers sought to maintain control, influence, and power, leaving a lasting legacy that continues to shape our understanding of their civilizations. The study of ancient tombs is one of the most exciting and revealing aspects of archaeology. These burial sites, often located in remote or hidden locations, provide valuable insights into the cultures, beliefs, and practices of the societies that constructed them. What makes tombs so compelling is not only the treasures they contain but the symbolic significance of their construction, the rituals associated with them, and the mysteries they often leave behind. Each tomb tells a story of its time, offering a glimpse into the spiritual, political, and social structures of ancient civilizations. The exploration of these tombs uncovers more than just artifacts, it uncovers the worldview of the people who built them, their hopes, fears, and understanding of life, death, and the afterlife. One of the most remarkable aspects of tomb discoveries is the way in which they reflect the complex belief systems of the ancient cultures. Across different civilizations, tombs were seen as more than just burial places, they were sanctuaries, spiritual gateways to the afterlife, and symbols of divine rule. In many societies, the tomb was the ultimate representation of the power and authority of the deceased, often reflecting their divine status. The idea that a ruler or high-ranking individual could continue to exert influence beyond their death was a common theme across ancient cultures. From the pyramids of Egypt to the tombs of China's first emperor, the grave was viewed not just as the final resting place but as a powerful tool for ensuring immortality and continued divine authority. The ancient Egyptians, for instance, are perhaps the best-known civilization in terms of their monumental tomb-building efforts. The pharaohs, who were seen as gods on earth, were buried in elaborate tombs, designed not only to house their bodies but to protect their souls on their journey to the afterlife. The most iconic of these tombs are the pyramids, massive stone structures built to honor the pharaohs and to ensure that their divine power would endure even after death. The Great Pyramid of Giza, built for the pharaoh Khufu, is perhaps the most famous example of this. Standing as one of the seven wonders of the ancient world, the pyramid was not simply a grand monument, it was a cosmic gateway designed to transport the pharaoh's soul to the heavens. Inside these pyramids, the deceased pharaoh was laid to rest with a wealth of offerings, treasures, and items intended to serve him in the afterlife. These included gold and jewelry, food and drink, and even furniture and weapons, all meant to provide for the pharaoh in his next life. The most famous of these treasures is perhaps the golden death mask of Tutankhamun, which was found in the tomb of the young pharaoh in 1922. This mask, made of solid gold, was not just a work of art but a powerful symbol of the pharaoh's divine nature. It was believed to protect his soul and ensure that he would be recognized by the gods in the afterlife. The tombs of Egypt were often filled with elaborate texts and inscriptions, such as the Book of the Dead, which contained spells and prayers to guide the pharaoh through the perilous journey to the afterlife. These texts were carefully chosen to ensure the safe passage of the deceased and to help them navigate the trials they would face in the underworld. The walls of these tombs were often adorned with intricate paintings and carvings, depicting scenes of the pharaoh's life and his journey through the afterlife. The tomb, in essence, was a blueprint for the pharaoh's spiritual journey, designed to ensure that he would join the gods and continue to rule in the divine realm. The Egyptian concept of the afterlife was built around the idea of immortality. The pharaohs were not simply laid to rest in their tombs, they were immortalized in a way that ensured their power would continue beyond death. The preservation of the body, the careful placement of offerings, and the elaborate rituals were all designed to ensure that the pharaoh could live on eternally. But the Egyptians were not the only civilization to believe in such a powerful afterlife. Across the ancient world, similar practices and beliefs about death, power, and immortality were found. In Mesopotamia, for example, the Sumerians built elaborate tombs for their kings, believing that the rulers needed protection in the afterlife just as much as they had in life. The royal tombs at Ur, dating back to the early 2nd millennium BCE, are some of the most well-preserved and revealing examples of Mesopotamian burial practices. The tombs of the Sumerian kings were filled with treasures, including gold, silver, and fine jewelry, as well as ceremonial items meant to serve the king in the afterlife. The most striking aspect of these tombs, however, was the practice of human sacrifice. It was believed that the king's attendants and servants needed to accompany him into the afterlife, and so, they were often buried alive in the royal tombs. This practice reflected the belief that the ruler's power did not end with death but continued in the next world, where he would still need his servants and warriors to maintain his influence. The Sumerians' views on death and the afterlife were marked by a stark contrast to the Egyptian belief in immortality. Whereas the Egyptians viewed the afterlife as a continuation of the divine ruler's life on earth, the Sumerians believed that the afterlife was a dark and shadowy place. The soul of the deceased was thought to travel through a perilous underworld, facing numerous dangers before being judged by the gods. The Sumerian kings were buried with treasures and servants to ensure that they would have the necessary provisions to survive in the afterlife and continue to wield power, albeit in a less glorious form than in life. The ancient Chinese civilization also had a rich tradition of tomb building, with the most famous example being the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China. Qin Shi Huang's tomb, located in the city of Xi'an, is famous for its terracotta army, a collection of thousands of life-sized clay soldiers that were buried with the emperor to protect him in the afterlife. These soldiers, each uniquely crafted, were meant to accompany the emperor and ensure that his power would continue in the spiritual realm. The terracotta army was not just a ceremonial tribute to the emperor's military might, it was a symbol of his eternal rule, ensuring that his authority would extend far beyond his death. The tomb of Qin Shi Huang is an extraordinary testament to the emperor's belief in his divine status and the continuity of his rule. The construction of the terracotta army was a monumental task, involving the labor of thousands of workers over several years. The sheer scale and intricacy of the tomb and its contents demonstrate the importance of the emperor's legacy and his belief that his power would endure forever. Like the Egyptian pharaohs, Qin Shi Huang sought to immortalize his rule, and his tomb served as a means of ensuring that his authority would persist in the afterlife. In the Americas, the ancient civilizations of the Maya and the Aztecs also built elaborate tombs for their rulers, reflecting similar beliefs in the afterlife. The Maya, for example, believed in a cyclical view of life and death, where rulers were seen as intermediaries between the gods and the people. The tomb of Pakal the Great, one of the most famous Maya rulers, provides a glimpse into the Maya's understanding of death and the afterlife. Pakal's tomb, located in the Temple of the Inscriptions at Palenque, was filled with a wealth of offerings, including jade jewelry, pottery, and intricately carved stone panels that depicted scenes of Pakal's descent into the underworld and his ascent to the heavens. The tomb itself was designed to reflect the Maya belief in the ruler's divine journey, where death was not an end but a continuation of the ruler's spiritual path. Similarly, the Aztecs believed that their emperors were divine beings, descended from the sun god, and that their power would continue in the afterlife. The tombs of the Aztec emperors were constructed as monumental structures, often filled with gold, jewels, and other precious items that reflected the ruler's power and divine status. The Aztecs believed that the emperor's soul would continue to serve the gods in the afterlife, ensuring that his influence would persist even after death. For the Aztecs, the tomb was a gateway to the divine realm, where the ruler's spirit would be honored and continue to rule in a spiritual form. In all of these ancient cultures, the tomb was more than just a place of burial. It was a sacred space designed to ensure the ruler's continued power and divine connection, ensuring that their authority would persist even after their physical death. The tombs, with their wealth of offerings and symbolic structures, reflected the belief that the ruler's soul needed to be protected and preserved, just as their power was preserved. The tomb, whether in Egypt, Mesopotamia, China, or the Americas, was not simply a final resting place, it was a manifestation of the ruler's immortality, a statement of their divine status, and a means of ensuring their continued influence. What makes these tombs even more fascinating is the mystery that often surrounds them. Despite centuries of excavation and study, many questions remain unanswered. The precise methods used to construct these tombs, the motivations behind the elaborate burial practices, and the true significance of the objects buried with the deceased are still subjects of much debate among scholars. In some cases, entire tomb complexes remain untouched, buried beneath layers of earth, their secrets waiting to be uncovered. These tombs, with their enduring mysteries and treasures, continue to captivate the imaginations of archaeologists and historians, offering endless opportunities for discovery and reflection. In the end, the tombs of ancient rulers serve as a reminder of the enduring human desire for immortality, power, and legacy. They reflect a universal belief that death is not the fascination with ancient tombs has endured for centuries. What lies beneath the earth, concealed within these sacred spaces, has captivated historians, archaeologists, and the general public alike. For centuries, these tombs remained undisturbed, with their secrets locked away, waiting to be discovered. But it's not just the treasures or the artifacts that intrigue us, it's the very idea that these tombs represent a window into a world long past, a world of ancient beliefs, powerful rulers, and civilizations that no longer exist. These burial sites hold within them stories of death, but also life, of how ancient cultures saw themselves, their rulers, and the spiritual journey that awaited them after death. What is often overlooked is the sheer scale of effort and resources that went into creating these tombs. The construction of a royal tomb was no small feat. It required not only immense physical labor but also the mobilization of entire communities of workers, artisans, and craftsmen. From the massive pyramids of Egypt to the sprawling tombs of the Chinese emperors, these burial sites were often built to stand the test of time, to endure long after the ruler's death. The tomb was meant to ensure the eternal resting place of the ruler and to protect their soul in the afterlife, but it also served as a lasting monument to their reign. The complexity of these tombs often goes beyond their physical structure. In ancient Egypt, for example, tombs were often filled with intricate wall paintings, carvings, and hieroglyphs that depicted scenes of the deceased's life and their journey to the afterlife. These depictions were not just for aesthetic purposes, they had deep spiritual significance. The paintings and inscriptions were intended to guide the deceased through the trials they would face in the afterlife, ensuring that they would be able to navigate the dangerous underworld and ultimately reach the paradise of the afterlife. The idea was that the tomb itself was a spiritual map, a place where the soul of the deceased could find peace and protection on its journey. Tombs like those of the pharaohs in Egypt often included more than just images and texts. They were filled with offerings meant to sustain the deceased on their journey into the afterlife. These offerings included food, drink, clothing, and even everyday tools. The belief was that the deceased would need these items in the afterlife to continue their existence, just as they had used them in life. Some tombs even contained models of servants or animals, meant to serve the deceased in the afterlife, reflecting the importance of retaining power and comfort in death. In addition to these material offerings, many tombs were also filled with sacred objects intended to protect the deceased. In Egypt, amulets and charms were often placed with the body, meant to ward off evil spirits and ensure safe passage through the afterlife. In some cases, the tomb itself was constructed to act as a physical barrier against intruders or grave robbers, reflecting the belief that the tomb was not just a final resting place but a sacred space that needed to be defended from the outside world. These tombs were constructed with the firm belief that they were not only a place of burial but a threshold to another realm, one where the deceased would join the gods and continue to exist in some form. The belief in an afterlife was not unique to ancient Egypt. Across the globe, ancient civilizations shared similar ideas about the continuation of life beyond death. In ancient Mesopotamia, for example, the Sumerians built elaborate tombs for their rulers, hoping that the deceased would continue to rule in the afterlife. The tombs at Ur, discovered in the 1920s, are some of the most well-known examples of Sumerian burial practices. These tombs contained a wealth of objects meant to assist the deceased in the afterlife, including jewelry, weapons, and musical instruments. But what was perhaps most striking was the practice of human sacrifice. In some tombs, attendants and servants were buried alive alongside the ruler, meant to serve them in the afterlife and ensure that they would have all they needed for eternity. The practice of human sacrifice in royal tombs was not limited to Mesopotamia. In ancient China, the tomb of the first emperor, Qin Shi Huang, is another striking example of a burial site designed to ensure the ruler's continued power and protection in the afterlife. The emperor's tomb, located in the city of Xi'an, is famous for the vast terracotta army that was buried with him. The soldiers, each one life-sized and unique, were created to serve as protectors for the emperor in the afterlife, ensuring that his rule would continue even after his death. The terracotta army, along with other objects found in the tomb, reflects the emperor's belief in his divine status and the need for his influence to continue beyond the mortal realm. One of the most fascinating aspects of tombs such as that of Qin Shi Huang is the belief in the immortality of the ruler. Like the Egyptians, the ancient Chinese believed that their rulers were divine beings whose power extended beyond death. The construction of such elaborate tombs was an expression of the emperor's belief in his eternal rule. The tomb was not just a final resting place, it was a statement of power, a declaration that the emperor's authority would endure for all eternity. The terracotta army and other tomb artifacts were part of a larger vision of immortality, a vision that saw the ruler as a being of divine status, whose influence could never be fully extinguished. Similarly, the Maya civilization believed in the continuation of life after death, but their views on the afterlife were distinctly different from those of the Egyptians or the Chinese. The Maya believed that the afterlife was a journey through the underworld, one that required the deceased to pass through various challenges before reaching the ultimate destination of rebirth. Tombs such as that of Pakal the Great, discovered in the Temple of the Inscriptions at Palenque, offer a glimpse into the Mayas' complex belief system. Pakal's tomb was filled with jade jewelry, ceramics, and other objects that reflected his life and his divine journey through the afterlife. The tomb itself was designed as a spiritual map, reflecting the ruler's path through the underworld and into the heavens. The Maya believed that the ruler was not just a political figure but a divine intermediary between the gods and the people. The tombs of the Maya kings were not just places for the physical remains of the ruler, they were spaces designed to facilitate the ruler's journey into the afterlife, a journey that would ultimately lead to their divine ascension. The elaborate tombs, the wealth of offerings, and the intricate carvings that decorated these burial sites all served to ensure that the ruler's power would continue in the afterlife. The belief in the immortality of rulers and the need for elaborate tombs was not limited to just these ancient cultures. In ancient India, the practice of building elaborate burial sites for rulers was also common. The Mauryan emperors, for example, were buried with great care and with offerings meant to ensure their continued power. The tomb of Emperor Ashoka, though much simpler than the monumental tombs of Egypt or China, was still a place of great significance. Ashoka, who ruled much of India during the 3rd century BCE, was known for his commitment to spreading Buddhism, and his tomb reflected his belief in the continuity of life and the importance of spiritual practice in the afterlife. In many cases, the construction of these tombs was not just about honoring the ruler but also about solidifying their legacy. The tomb became a symbol of the ruler's power, a reminder to future generations of their divine status and authority. The monuments left behind by these tombs, whether pyramids, terracotta armies, or intricate carvings, were meant to communicate to posterity the greatness of the rulers and the significance of their reigns.